patiently in the auditorium since the time when we were supposed to begin, namely 9:30. I'd like to explain that we've had a meeting with the parties, which was called at the request of the Council appearing for Lonman, at which we discussed a report which appeared in the newspapers this morning and yesterday relating to the screening of certain footage on a British television channel. This footage had already been seen by the Commission in November, and a statement in respect of this matter will be issued later today. That's the reason for the delay. I apologize to those who were kept waiting without knowing what was happening. Mr. Tip.
Mr. Chair.
Uyatsho ke usihlalo commissioner uba uyaxolisa ngoba kuzoqalwa emva kwexesha ngoba bekufuneka uqalwe ngecala emva kweyethoba, kodwa isizathu bikubana bayike baba nengxoxwano intlanganiso bedibene kunye nawo wonke amanye amaqela bekujongwe ke ivideo ebike yadlalwa ke komabonakude beBritish okanye baseBritani. Kuthiwa ke lo video leyo bayike bayijonga nabo ke yadlalwa nangoNovember, kodwa ke i-statement zayo iza kwenziwa ukuba mazibe khona ngeso sizathu ke uyaxolisa kubo bonke abantu bebekade belinde ngomonde.
Mr. Chair, as discussed yesterday, we've arranged for the video footage of the pointing out in the vicinity of the NUM office and also at in the vicinity of the bus stop at Wonderkop to be available to be played. That would form the visual basis, of course, for the transcript of the proceedings which we handed in yesterday, being Exhibit YY3. That has been set up. If I may request the operator to play that portion.
Elo ke kuhlalwe le video ngelixesha kwakuyiwe kukhonjwe kolathwa kulandawo kwakwenzeka kuyisohlakalo kuyiwe kunye naseWonderkop kunye nakwindawo yaseNom. Yiyo ke le video idlalwayo.
Chair, could we mark this footage ZZ1? Yes.
They're going to play it in the right order.
Yes.
Other identification that's required, I suppose not.
It just seems to be the video footage of inspection in local, and that's in relation to the transcript YY3.
Thank you. ZZ1.
Izawubizwa uZZ1 ke lo video leyo.
So is he waiting for a sign to play?
Copy of the transcript of the inspection.
Okay, would you please keep quiet so we can hear what Natasha's going to tell us?
Okay, so there's been a request to point out the satellite police station. That is to my right. This police station just here to your right. And the NUM officers that we have referred to is to my left, here just behind me.
With the logo?
Yeah. So you can see the Casato logo, you can see the NUM logo, and on this side is the police station.
So the police station appears to be empty. No flags, and doors are closed. It is no longer being used for the police station.
Police station? It's a satellite. So yeah, that's right. It's not full-time equipped. They are here as and when required. So it is still an active police station, but they're not yet full-time.
Yes.
We also wish to point out some damage that was done to the NUM offices on
Will you lead the way?
Sunday, yes.
On the Sunday the 12th?
The Sunday the 12th.
Same day those two security officers
Yes, as the group
were
was
killed when we saw the...
after that incident.
Well, lead the way. Around the corner.
Sorry. What? Also, not catching a single word of it.
But they have to go there.
Where the keystones, people?
Ja. Maar een beetje...
Face his camera. Identify yourself, and then just say what you pointed out to us.
My name is Dalo Foyo. On the Sunday,
Now, who are you?
Secretary of the branch committee
You're the secretary of
I'm an office bearer of the NUM
here at this branch.
at this office.
Now, you say on Sunday, the 12th of August.
Sunday the 12th we ran away. When we came back, we see this damage has been.
What time was that?
We ran away at 9:30. We see this damage has been done in our office.
That's when you came back.
Yes.
What time did you come back?
We came back afternoon to see what happened.
And what you-
because we have seen that we have heard that there are some burnings around the hostel. Then we came and see at the afternoon. Then it's where we see that our office has been damaged.
You saw that windows have been. Okay, we will repeat it to you. You saw the windows that you pointed out to us had been broken. Some are still broken, and you showed us two that have since been repaired. The glass has been replaced. That's right. Did anything else happen here that's important for the purposes of our inquiry?
No, it's only
Just the attack, as it were, on the office.
Yes.
By presumably an attempt to get in, because the windows were broken. No sign that anyone got in.
No, it means when we see the officers inside, there's nothing they did inside the office.
Right. Now, okay, thank you. I think you can tell. I'm going to ask him to. Okay, I'll give you a chance to give you a chance to repeat for the benefit of the people who have difficulty hearing you further back. Repeat your name.
My name is Dalubro Bongo.
And you're an office bearer of the local branch of NUM.
Secretary of the branch committee.
Right. Now, what he said was that on the 12th, they ran away from the offices here at about 9:30. They came back in the afternoon, and they saw that the windows that he pointed out to us had been damaged. We replaced the one here on this side, but the two on this side. The others, we still see the broken glass. That's basically what he came to show us. Mr. Tip, you're the NUM advocate. What do you want to say?
Yes, Judge, I couldn't hear what had been pointed out earlier, but I just wanted to check that a description had been given also of the events of the 11th. Has that been done?
No description.
No, we are going to point out incidents that happened on the 11th.
No, we're only concerned with what happened here.
Yes.
At the NUM office.
Yes.
You say something else happened on the NUM at the NUM office on the 11th.
On the 11th, that's correct, yes.
Now, maybe. Now remember, you're not giving evidence now. That's going to come later. But you're asked to point out spots and identify them. Are there any spots that you want him here? You want him to point out?
Judge, this witness, I think, was not continuously here during the event, but perhaps I can give a broad description just to set the context, and then perhaps there are others who would be in a position.
No, we're not having everybody. You just give us
absolutely.
a broad outline.
It's a broad.
To understand what we've been shown.
It's a broad outline. That on the 11th there was a very large march which came down from the direction of the stadium and came to the NUM offices and partially encircled it, surrounded it, and there were NUM people who were present and who came out to defend and disperse the crowd, and some shots were fired by NUM officials, and that is perhaps our commentator can just confirm if I've understood it correctly.
No, you understand it correctly. It's what we are saying, because they came here. When they came here, we were in the office, inside the office. We ran outside the office because there were security officers who came to us and say we must run away because these people are coming, they will burn the office and kill us. Then we went out of the office. By the time we went out of the office, they were already here. Then there is this mess up is where we had the shotgun, the gunshot.
Shots were fired by NUM people.
No, I'm not
what Mr.
quite,
Tip said.
I'm not quite sure that the known people.
So that admission was withdrawn.
But by then the shootings have been started.
And what happened then? Was the crowd dispersed?
No, they dispersed it
They
by
dispersed.
then, yes.
Right. Anything else you want to tell us while we're here about what happened here?
No, I just want to say that at this stage I can't confirm with accuracy precisely where the shots were fired, but it was in the immediate vicinity of the NUM office. This gentleman wasn't here at the time of the shots, and we're not considering this to be evidence
No, that's
on
right.
that. We'll present
You
detailed and
just
specific
put it in
evidence.
context so
But
we
that's-
understand what we're being shown.
That's the context.
Okay. Anything else that needs to be shown while we're here?
Nothing. I think we have to move out of the NUM offices because we've got people that are going to tell us what happened. The shootings occurred outside, and we do have people that will do proper pointing out that were part of the
So
crowd.
there's nothing else that we need to be shown
Nothing.
here on the property, as it were. I don't belong to NUM, or they're just a tenant, but on this earth, which is occupied by NUM. There's something you want to show us outside.
Indeed.
Right. But okay, just to get clarity on this, there's nothing further that anyone wants to show us here on this spot, which is occupied by NUM.
No.
Are you going to go to lead us? Is it quite close by where the shots were fired?
Yes, it is.
Okay, will you then lead us there? And when we get there,
Right next to you. Right behind us.
you're the keystone gentleman. Okay. I want you to talk into this microphone and camera. Tell us first who you are. What is your name?
Okay.
What's your name?
Mapule Kieti. I'm the attorney representing the LCC.
LCC.
I've got with me Tolagele no Zolile. They are going to tell us exactly what transpired on that day.
So they will give evidence before the inquiry as what happened. We're not receiving evidence now. We simply want
yeah,
the spot
I just
pointed
want
out
them
and
to point
identified.
out.
Yes.
Yes.
Is this the spot? Okay.
They started shooting from this side.
They were here and they started shooting.
That is on the 11th. This is the incident that relates.
I understand. We're talking about Saturday, the 11th of August.
Indeed, my lord.
And you say they started shooting. Who are they? Is this NUM people, or police people, or miners, or who is it?
Our members of the NUM.
Members of the NUM
Yes.
fired from where we're standing. In which direction? Which way did they fire? That way. Mr. Tip, there is another, the transcript I have continues, does it not?
Mr. Chair, there is a second portion. It's on.
What we have been seeing so far
Yes.
is described as video clip VTS 02 space 1, and then it says time 07.05 to 14.12. In other words, presumably that means it runs for just over 7 minutes and 5 seconds.
Mr. Chair.
Now, but we also have a transcript that then goes on, which is described as video clip VTS 022, and the time is given. That's a 5 minutes, 23-second clip. Are we going to see that now?
That clip is also available. It more or less follows on from the point at which the previous one came to an end. There it is.
Le video ke yesibini kuthiwa iqala apho le enye yoqala iphele khona.
Came from that side and we were where we are now, moving in that direction. They came from that side opposite us and started shooting at us as we were crossing.
And has this road got a name? This is the road that runs behind the satellite police station and behind the offices of NUM. Now, which is, remind me, presumably west is that way and east is this way, is that right? Must be, right. So, is that right?
So they came out of the gate and turned around, coming this way.
Is this out of the NUM office gate?
Mavela whose office the NUM
They came out of the
Out
NUM
of the
office
NUM
gate
office.
and came this way in an easterly direction,
in an eastern direction.
past the satellite police station.
Back to the police station, they had like Yes.
We've got two
Yes, it
people that were
indicates they
killed.
turned around that way.
So shots were fired
Yes,
by them, by the
by
NUM people.
the NUM officers.
That's right.
people.
And two people were killed.
Yes.
Where were they? Were they killed on the spot?
The two that died over there. One was shot dead along that beam.
No, he wasn't shot dead. There's one who's injured that managed to run and hide behind the beam that side.
Could you please allow me to interpret what you said?
Okay.
He said this man was shot, ran towards the bin, but he did not die there.
And someone else was killed.
Two were
Two were shot. Okay, two shots, one died.
Sorry, Judge, would it help to use the knife?
No, we're not. Remember, we're not receiving evidence.
Yes,
We're just identifying spots. If necessary, you can speak to that. As I understand it, that's west, that's east, so that's south. So the person ran in a southerly direction where there's a fence with an old barbed wire, not part of the new barbed wire being added to, and the injured person ran in that direction. Okay. That person may give evidence. And another person was shot dead.
Yes.
Did he die here on the spot, or was he taken to hospital and did he die there?
One died here, another one was shot, as he indicates. That one did not die, he's still alive.
So a person died on the spot, but towards the easterly side, towards the southerly side of the road, near that fence. Is that correct? Anything else you want to show us?
You want
to show it to camera. There's an opening in the fence.
He died over there. Just next to where the bent cars were, the place we were shown where the cars were bent, in that vicinity.
That's where he died. And was he shot here though? There were shots fired here, and he ran.
They shot him there. As they started shooting us at us here, nobody was shot here because we ran away. He was shot over there. One ran towards that bin, and that is where he was shot.
This is the 11th.
Yeah, this is the
Okay, well, presumably we'll get more evidence with the benefit of maps and that kind of thing. But I think we've now seen the scene.
I think I made a mistake.
Let's get it correct now, okay?
The person who was shot here, shows in the vicinity of the hip, ran towards the bin. But he was shot here and he ran towards the bin. And then he collapsed there.
Okay. Anyway, this will be clarified in evidence. Basically, we've seen the spot where these things happen. Anything further we can just look at before Natasha takes us to her next place? You want to show us the hostels across the way there, the buildings?
It was housing I wanted to show
Yes, okay,
you, but
well-
I think we can, we've all walked past it, so perhaps I can again point it out.
Yeah, well, is that the housing we can see
yes.
Yes.
in that direction where I'm
Yes,
pointing?
yes.
On the northern side of
Of the NUM offices.
the NUM office.
Yes.
And is that housing, former housing, still occupied?
That's formal housing and it's occupied by longman workers.
So it's formal housing occupied by non workers,
Yes.
but not executive non workers.
No. It's our longman workers that lives there. Yes.
Right, okay. Now, so we walk back to that's where the cars are, then?
No, the cars are that direction, so we're going to go that
So
direction.
can we now walk in that direction?
We can walk in that direction.
That's in an easterly direction, towards the place where you showed us earlier.
Yes. Can I just ask, we've picked up...
Sibonile ke le video bidlalwa ngokufutshane wokuqala lo bevele pha bengumnumzana uDaluvuyo Bhongo lo bechaza isolatha bakwenzeke ntoni pha ngeli xesha babejikela ke nosihlalo besiyana ngasemva bejonga iifestile bezizophukile ngoba uthi bona bathi baya babaleka baphuma kwiofisi emva kwexesha baze babuyela khona bafumanisa into yoba kukho umonakalo owenzekileyo kwisakhiwo eso senum. Lo mama ke nawo umlungu besolatha phaa uye wachaza into yobana isakhiwo besingakwesiyana esecaleni kwaso bingesiya samapolisa bayibiza i-satellite police station. Uyachaza ke uDaluvuyo into yobana ube ngunobhala wesebe kwikomiti. Uthi ke ngoku xa echazayo kakona ukho lo mfo umnyama bechaza naye solatha echaza into yoba kwasweleka abantu ababini. Uthi ke kukho lo waswele wathi wadutyulwa kule ndawo beme kuyo waze wabaleka wayokuwela ngaphambili. Uye wachaza into yoba lo wadutyulwayo omnye wadutyulwa esinqeni kodwa isolatha apha ngawucala langasekhohlo. Ngokufutshane zizo ke into bezithethwa phaa kulaa video.
Mr. Chair, there's one final portion to be shown. That is the very short piece. It's a page and a bit at the beginning of Exhibit YY3. That is video clip VTS 01.1, and that is in the vicinity of the bus stop. It was taken after the Commission had visited the Andrew Seffi Hospital, and it was on its way to the Vonderkorp Hostel.
According to the transcript, it only lasts 40 seconds.
That's all.
Hang on. Keystone gentleman.
Right behind you.
Keystone gentleman here.
Right behind you.
Here. Okay. Now, this is the spot next to the spot we were shown previously, where a vehicle was burnt. You now say one of the people who was shot in the vicinity of the NUM office.
The one who was shot in the vicinity of the NUM office, the one what went
He fell here. As he had attempted to stand up, they stabbed him with an assegai.
So he fell here next to the spot where we were shown earlier, and and he was stabbed with an assegai.
Yes, he was stabbed.
And what happened?
with
Is he
an
the one who
assegai.
died?
He died.
This is
on
where
the
he died.
scene,
This
yes.
is the spot where he
Yeah.
Bayachaza ke kulaa ndawo into yoba kuthiwa lo mntu lowo omnye wawela kuloo ndawo emva kowathi ezama ukuma ngeenyawo waze wahlatywa waswelekela kuyo loo ndawo le besibona kwividiyo abantu beme kuyo.
Ms. Pillay, is it acceptable that we call all the video clips together Exhibit ZZ1, and then we indicate that there were these, I think it was 3 separate video clips were included in that. That's VTS 022, VTS 021, VTS 022, and then this one, VTS 011. That's correct. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Tip.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I then proceed to call our next witness, who is Mr. Sasizo Albert Gegeleza.
Saziso Albert Gegeleza. Uzawukwenza isithembiso uba uzofunga okanye uzawufunga uba uzawunika ubungqina uzawufunga. I am prepared to take an oath. Phakamisa isandla sakho, phakamisa isandla sakho sasekunene, sasekunene. Uyafunga uba ubungqina ozawubunika kule commission kuzoba yinyani yodwa inyaniso qha. Ukuba kunjalo phakamisa isandla sakho sasekunene uthi Thixo ncede ndithethe inyaniso. The witness is sworn in, Commission.
Thank you, Chair. The statement of Mr. Gegeleza was forwarded to the evidence leaders on Sunday, the 27th of January, and hard copies were distributed to all parties in the Commission in the course of yesterday, signed copies. Perhaps
Logically, it sounds as if it should be Exhibit YY4, I think. It was part of the YY series.
Except, Chair, there is a new witness, so he would be ZZ1. 4, ZZ2, I'm sorry.
ZZ2. All right.
With no wish to be pedantic, Mr. Chair, at one stage we had discussed the numbering of statements.
I'm afraid I've already marked it.
Then that is a fait accompli. Z1, is it? ZZ2.
I-statement ke xa kuthethwa ngaso kuloo commission esakamnumzana umhlekazi usaziso sizawube sibizwa uZZ2.
We can go back to the original scheme later, and next time I'll try to not mark things before I've given you a chance.
Yes. Perhaps I should just say very briefly that at one time there was a discussion in order to avoid very lengthy exhibit numbers that we would assign particular codes to parties and then just run through that as one witness and the next came within that series. But that's as pedantic as I choose to be this
What
morning.
he says is, as far as I can see, partly covered by the video clip we've just seen, so they do go together. But let's not waste further time on a peripheral point of no interest to anybody except you and me.
Mr. Gegeleza, you are going to give evidence with the assistance of an interpreter, is that correct?
Uzobe uncedwa ke yitoliki xa unika ubungqina bakho injalo loo nto tata? Yes, it's correct.
You have your signed statement before you.
Phambi kwakho ke uphethe istatement ezi sakho sisayiniweyo kunjalo? Yes.
And is it so that you have had the opportunity to read through carefully that statement and that you enjoyed the assistance of an interpreter for that purpose?
Inyani nda into yokuba uye wafumana ithuba lokuba istatement sakho sifunde wazi ke wancedwa nangumntu obekutolikela ngeli xesha bufunda istatement injalo loo nto? Yes, sir.
You have now taken an oath to tell the truth, and being under oath, do you confirm the correctness of the statement before you which you signed on Sunday?
Ufungile ke apha into yokuba uzawuthetha inyani yodwa ne? Ngoku ke uyavuma into yokuba yonke into ebhalwe apha kwi-statement esi okanye kwintetho yenzileyo apha yinyaniso yodwa? That's correct, sir.
Mr. Gegeleza, we're going to follow procedure that we have with other persons, and that is in order to use the time efficiently. And I'm going to read the paragraphs of your statement out onto the record.
Uthi ke sizawuzama ukuthi senze njengoba senzile kwamanye amangqina sesigqibile ngawo uzawuzama kongexesha kodwa ke kwintetho yenzileyo okanye kwi-statement sakho uza kufundela iparagraph neparagraph ne? It's okay.
The interpreter will translate as I do so.
Uzothi xa ifundayo ndikutolikele. It's correct, it's fine.
And I will ask you, please, as we go through that process, to listen, and if anything strikes you that needs correction, that you let us know.
Njengoba ke uzawube umamela ucela into yoba umamele kakuhle ngokuba kukuba kukhe kwafunda into ocinga uba wena funeka ilungiswe funeka utsho ke uba loo ndawo leyo ucela ilungiswe ne?
Tip, I wonder whether that's a procedure that should be followed entirely. I understand in respect to points that are common cause and not likely to be controversial, but there are passages in this statement which I think will not be accepted by at least some of the parties. And perhaps it would be, you've already got him to confirm the whole statement and he signed it, so it's before us. But I think possibly in respect to those passages, you better let him fly unassisted.
I'll be sensitive to that. I'll do so, Mr. Chair.
Uzazinikela ingqwalasela ke ezinto ezibhalwe kwi-statement ezinye ezo amaqela amaninzi akhoyo kule commission angaziphikisa okanye abe nenkcaso kuzo.
Mr. Gegeleza, you'll also see before you that there are three reproductions in a map form of the area. They look like aerial photographs. You have that? YY2.
Nazo ke
the exhibit number.
la maphepha apho kuzotywe okanye kubhalwe kuboniswa indawo leyo anemifanekiso ifoto emithathu. Yes, I have them.
And you will see there that various of the roads in the vicinity have been given labels, street A, B, C, and D.
Uyabona ke nezitrato ezo ziye bazinika iimpawu ezithile okanye amagama athile ezinye zibizwa ngu-street A ezinye ngu-B esinye ngusi uyayibona mos. Yes.
And where necessary, we'll refer to those streets as we go through.
Xa kukho
statement.
imfuneko ke sizawumane sibhekisa kuzo ke zitrato njengoba sizobe siqhubekeka. It's okay.
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, I'll also try to abbreviate some of the paragraphs that are by way of background.
For us,
Yes,
you've got to
it
give
is.
enough so those in the auditorium can follow, in fairness. But
that's-
I take it they wouldn't want all the fine detail either.
Mr. Gegeleza, you're employed at Lonmin at Western Platinum, where you started to work as a general worker in March 2001, and you became a rock drill operator, we'll refer to them as RDOs, in August of 2001.
Waqala ke usebenzela iLonmin le Western Platinum kwaye uqale usebenza nje umsebenzi oqhelekileyo waze wathi ke ngoku ngo 2001 ngoAugust waqala ukusebenza njenge RD road drill operator aba babizwa iRDO injalo lonto. Yes.
You've been a member of NUM ever since you began work at Lonmin, and in December 2011, you were elected as the Vice Secretary of NUM for the Roland Shaft Committee.
Uye ke ngoku waba lilungu leNUM ususela ngo 2001 kwaze kwathi ngo December ka 2011 wanyulwa ke ngoku toba ube libambela la kanobhala kwi shaft le yase enrollment ki committee yayo kunjalo. Yes.
You're married with 3 children, and you came to Lonmin from your home in Lusikisiki in the Eastern Cape.
Uchatile abantwana bakho bathathu ke ngoku inkabi yakho kanye kokwenu usuka eLusikisiki empuma koloni kunjalo. Ewe. Yes.
You know that there was a strike of RDOs that began on 10 August 2012, is that correct?
Busazi ndoba kukho uqhankqalazo lweRDO elaqala ngomhla we-10 kaAugust injalo lonto. That's correct.
Before that, did you hear from some of your co-workers that RDOs were demanding a wage increase to 12,500 and that this basically emanated from the RDOs at Korea Mine?
Phambi kwalomhla ukhanganyiweyo okanye uchaziweyo wawuke wava nako xa bakho sebenza nabo into yokuba banenjongo zokuba bazongenela uqhankqalazo olunjalo kwaye kweli qhankqalazo bafuna umvuzo ongange 12,500. Yes, I heard.
Then I'll just quote the next portion from your statement. At the time, I was well aware that a 2-year wage agreement was already in place that covered the wages of RDOs. Accordingly, it was my belief that any new wage demands should be raised and addressed only during the course of the next round of wage negotiations, or on the basis that the circumstances justified a negotiated amendment of the 2-year agreement.
Uyatsho ke na kwi-statement sakuthi ngelo xesha wawusazi into yoba kukho isivumelwano semivuzo kungenwe kuso seminyaka emibini loo nto yayibandakanya nemivuzo ye-RDO. Uthi ke inkolelo yakho into yokubana noba yeyiphi imfuno ezawuthi kuzunayo ngaphambili kungenzeka qha xa kukho elinye ithuba elizayo lokuba kubekho ingxoxo ngemivuzo okanye ukuba kungabakho izathu ezivakalayo imeko ingatshintsha apho ke kungenza ukuba kubekho inguquko kusivumelwano seminyaka emibini esenziweyo injalo lonto. That's correct.
You did not participate in the march of the RDOs to the Lonmin office on 10 August 2012, and you also did not participate in the decision to embark on unprotected strike action, is that right?
Uthi zange uthathe inxaxheba ke ngoku kumngcelelo obanjwe kuywa kwi-ofisi lomini ngemhla we-10 kaAugust okanye kwisigqibo sokuba kungenelwe uqhankqalazo olungakho semthethweni. That's correct.
But you were aware of those actions, and you were also aware, were you, that NUM was opposed to the strike and that it had been urging employees not to take part in it, but to report for work as usual?
Uthi bunolwazi ngezo zenzo. Ubusazi kwakhona into yoba iNUM iyaluchasa olo qhankqalazo nokuba iNUM bikade ibongoza abasebenzi yoba bangathathi inxaxheba kuqhankqalazo kodwa babuyele emsebenzini njengesiqhelo. That's correct.
Now we come to 11 August 2012, the Saturday. You went to work as usual. You left for the Roland Shaft at around 5:30 in the morning. Is that right?
Masiye kumhla ke ngoku elishumi nanye ku August uthi waye emsebenzini njengesiqhelo waya kwi Roland shaft ngecala emva kwentsimbi yesihlanu. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
On the way, you came across a group of NUM shop stewards who had been advising employees in the area that they should not participate in the strike but go to work, and they invited you to join them to do the same.
Uthi ke endleleni waye wadibana ke ngoku neqela elithile lalihamba apho kwi hostel yaseMvanderbijlpark elalikhuthaza ke ngoku abantu into yokuba bangazibandakanye kunye noqhankqalazo kusemthethweni kodwa kufuneke babuyele enkomeni baye emsebenzini. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
In paragraph 8, you say that you did that in the area of the Vonderkop hostel.
Uthi ku paragraph 8 loo nto leyo nayenza kwingingqi ke ngoku le hostel yaseVanderbijlpark.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
In paragraph 9, you detail that you did the same in respect of persons in the vicinity of the NUM office and also at the Brits taxi rank.
Uthi naye nenza njalo ke nasasasondaba nango ku office yenum nabo bantu ke ngoku babenga kwi rank le ye taxi rank yaseBrits.
Andiva kakuhle ke apho.
I didn't get that correctly.
Yes. All right, let's just take it a little more slowly. At the NUM office, you came across a number of people and you gave them the same message, namely that NUM was opposed to the strike and that workers, employees should report for work as usual.
Napha ke ukunga ku office yenum waye waxelela abantu into kubana inum ichasa olu qhankqalazo olu nokuba abantu kufuneke babuyele empangolweni okanye bahambe bayokuphangela. Injalo. That's correct.
And perhaps you should just have a look at the map YY1, sorry, I beg your pardon, exhibit YY2.1.
Ucela ke ujonge apha kule map le.
You see where the NUM office is shown?
Uyayibona apha ke ngoku iyaphawulwa okanye yalatho khona ioffice yenum. Yes, I can see it.
And there's a long road that runs alongside it that is called Street B. Do you see that?
Kunesi strato side ke ngoku esibizwa istrato uB apho. Uyasibona? Yes.
And is it correct that the Brits taxi rank is near the NUM office and in Street B?
Inyani into yokubana esi strato ke ngoku set rank ye taxi zaseBrits singa kwi office yenum ile ndawo ubhalwe Street B kuyo.
Yes.
Isiso ne?
Yes.
Yes. So after you'd spoken to the people near the NUM office, you went to the Brits taxi rank and you addressed them in Xhosa and Fanagalo with a loud hailer. Do you recall that?
Emva kuba uthethe nabantu ke ngoku ye phanga ku taxi rank ke ngoku le yaseBrits wathetha nabantu apho ngesixhosa kwakunye nangesfanakalo ngeli xesha uthena nabo ke ngophethe umboko lo ubizwa imegaphone injalo lonto.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
You gave them the message about NUM's attitude, and you also told them that if any people encounter difficulties in getting to work, that they should come to the NUM office and assistance would be given to them.
Uye wabanika lo myalezo ke ngoku abantu waze wathi kubo nokuba ngubani ke ngoku nobunzima bokuthi aye emsebenzini funeke aye ku office zenum ayofumana uncedo injalo nto le.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Paragraph 10, you described that you and your group of shop stewards went back to the hostel, and you then, at around 6:30, you noticed that a group of RDOs was congregating near the main road opposite the Vonderkop Stadium.
Uyatsho ke ngoku ntoba naye nahamba nabuyela kwi-hostel ke ngoku na kwikhitshi elo ne uthi ngexala emva kwentsimbi yesithandathu naqaphela into yoba iqela le-RDO babebuthene ngakwindlela enkulu ke ngoku ngakwicala okanye iphambi kwestadium esiseVonderkop.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Shouldn't you ask him where the hostel is? So
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gegeleza, again, if you would turn to Exhibit YY 2.1. You've spoken in your statement about the hostel and the central kitchen area. Can you describe to us, in relation to this plan or map, where those buildings are situated?
Apha ke ngoku usixelela nge-hostel, waphinda wathetha kakhulu ne-kitchen, nange-kitchen elisembindini. Kungoku apha kulo mfanekiso uphetheyo, khawusolathisa into yoba ezi ndawo uthetha ngazo zindawoni.
Xa ungajonga ku-street A phaa u-street A ubhalwe phaa phezu kwe-building eziyi-1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ecaleni kwazo i-building yasekhishini.
Okay. EPS kitchen.
Nansi i-building yasekhishini.
Okay. If you see street A where it is written, we see there that there are about 7 buildings, and below them there is a building below the letter A, and that is the kitchen.
Thank you. Those are all buildings with a white roof, as distinct from the others that we see there with blue roofs. Is that right?
Kukho ke ngoku le enephahla zinophahla oluhlaza izahlukile kunolu phahla omhlophe kunjalo?
Zahlukile ezi.
Yes, they are different in color.
And from where you were, was it, you could see through to what was happening in the area of the exit or entrance leading to the Vonderkop Stadium?
Kule ndawo wawume kuyo awukwazi ukubona kanye wawubona into ezenzeka kumangeno eVonderkop Stadium.
Xa uhamba ngo-street A unyuka straight uya ku-main gate ephezulu ngakumakhulu line. Ungekafiki kumakhulu line kune-space anyana esikhona. Uyakwazi ukubona into engaphezulu.
If then you walk on that direction, street A, but the north direction, as you walk there, there is something like a space or a passage, and as you are in that passage, yes, you are able to see what is happening.
All right. Well, having seen that people were gathering there, you went to the NUM office.
Ekubeni ubone abantu babebuthene apho ke ngoku wahamba waya kwi-office yenum.
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And at approximately a little while before 9 o'clock.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you, ask something? So you stayed there at the NUM office?
Waye wahlala kwi-office yenum wena.
Baliphi ixesha.
At what time? At which time?
You mentioned that you saw people at the Vonderkop Stadium. You then said you walked to the NUM office. And the next thing you tell us is something that happened in the vicinity of the NUM office at 9 o'clock. So did you stay at the NUM office from the time you arrived there? From the time you arrived there until 9 o'clock? In your written statement, you say you remained there. You remained there, did you?
Njengoba usitsho ke into ba wathi wabona ke ngokwelo qela okanye lo nginginya yabantu waya kwi-office yenum. Kwi-statement sakho kuthiwa uyachaza into ba wena uye wahlala apho ufuna uqonda ke ngoku commissioner ba uye wahlala ke ngoku ixesha kwathi kuba intsimbi elithobane pha enatsikweni kwi-office yenum.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
So that means you didn't go to work?
Lo nithetha into ba wena zange uphangele.
Ndandiphangele ngokomsebenzi wami ukuba ndikhethiwe ku-NOM.
I was, yes, in my official duties as the employee at the same time of NUM.
But you said earlier that you were doing the morning shift, which starts at 6 o'clock. Now, would you have gone underground, or would you have stayed at the NUM office at 6 o'clock on the morning shift there?
Njengoba usithi kaloku wawungenele shift yakho ya kusasa ya ngentsimbi yesithandathu. Ngelo xesha kwakufuneke ngokube kwi-office yenum kanye kwakufuneke ube ngaphansi emhlabeni.
Naphaya eshaftini siyakhona nenzoba se-ofisini zenum zikhona eseshaftini.
Okay. But still there at the shaft, I was going to be in the offices of NUM, because at the shaft there are also NUM offices.
The office that you stayed at, was that not the office where you were going to be that morning if you had gone to work? Because you were at the other office, were you? The NUM office, which is depicted on YY21. Is that correct?
Ilo office wakufuneke ube kuyo le ngeli xesha uphangela njengoba kuchazile into bana iveziwe apha kuwa Y21 lo office leyo yenum ile kwakufuneka ube kuyo naxa uphangela.
Le ilapha kumepha.
No, that is not the office.
You normally work, do you, at the Roland shaft?
Usebenza Roland shaft anditshi?
Ewe.
Yes.
In a NUM office at the Roland shaft?
We office enum as a Roland shaft.
Ewe.
Yes.
Now, the office that you stayed at until 9 o'clock, as you were telling us, was that the office at the Roland shaft, or was that the office we see here on YY2?
The office wothetha ngayo uba wawukuyo wena ile yase Roland shaft okanye ile ivezwe apha ioffice yenum na apha kwayo ayi2.
Le evezwe up ye-brands.
It is the one that is depicted in the picture.
Oh, I see. So that is the Roland shaft office of NUM. Is that correct?
Ile ibizwa iRoland shaft ioffice yase Roland shaft le.
Ayi office yase-Roland shaft. Into
No.
eyenzekayo ndingacacisa ucacisa kancane.
This is not the office of the Roland shaft. This
So I
NUM
thought
office.
not. I thought that. Now, which office did you stay at until 9 o'clock? The one here on YY2.1 or the one at the Roland shaft? That's what I want to ascertain.
Le uhlale kuyo kwaze kwaba intsimbi yethoba. Ufunda uqonda ucommissioner bangephi?
Le isemephi.
Okay, it is the one that is depicted in the map.
But you didn't really go to work.
Ngamanye amazwi ke zange uye enkomeni mos.
Ndandisenkomeni ngokumsebenzi ngondlela esisebenza ngayo ku-NOM.
According to the way in which you work at the NUM or for the NUM, I was at work.
I know from the point of view of NUM you were at work, but would you have been listed? You know, there was a list compiled that day of rock drill operators who didn't go to work. And they are listed as strikers. So I want to know whether on that list you would have been depicted as a striker because you didn't go to Roland shaft, you went to the other office.
Kaloku kuthiwa njengokuba ke ngoku abaqhankqalazi aba babezi RDO kwaye xa bengayi emsebenzini babebhalwa njengabantu abangazange emsebenzini okanye abantu abaqhankqalazayo. Ngoko ke ukuba wawusiya kule shaft lena ke ngoku ise Roland kwi-office yayo wawuza ubizwa njengomqhankqalazi.
Xa use-ofisini ye-NUM eshaftini kune-document kunephepha elisayinwayo ekuthiwa i-release form. Wenzelwa elo phepha le-release form elixelela ukuthi ukusuka ngedate ethile ukuba uzoma ngedate ethile uzoba se-ofisini iyakubhatala ikhampani kwezo date zonke.
In NUM offices, there is a certain list that when you are working there, it is being completed. It is called a release form. So it is the one that is giving a schedule that on such and such dates or at such times you will be at the offices. But yet, even if you are at the office, the company will still pay you.
Thank you. So I'm trying to find out if he's one of those NUM members listed as having taken part in the strike because he didn't go to work that day. That's the point I'm trying to ascertain, but I'm not being very successful. Perhaps you'll be more successful than I.
I thought, on the contrary, you were very successful, Mr. Chair, but perhaps I can just contribute a document. Mr. Gegeleza, I'm going to refer you to an exhibit that has been handed in here. It's Exhibit 0019, which is a list of all the names. We have an extract of it. I'm going to, for convenience, just ask that that be placed before you to save time. Can you just take it across to him? Yes, okay. Just this one.
Koiphepha ke libizwa 0019 elibhalwe amagama lizawubekwa ngaphambi kwakho ne ilist.
Just for the record, the paginated number on this page that we're going to refer to is 549. The Commission will recall that Exhibit 0019 is a fairly hefty bundle of names. Mr. Gegeleza, you'll see that highlighted in blue.
Uyabona apho mos kukrwelwe khona blue apha ne?
Ewe.
Yes.
There is a name, that is Lonman's list. Is that your name and company number?
Ligama lakho ke eli kwaye inombolo yakho yasemsebenzini le?
Ewe.
Yes.
And do you see that it records you as being AWOP, absent without permission?
Uyabona ba ubhaliswe apha njengomntu ongekho emsebenzini ungavunyelwanga kanye ngaphandle kwemvume?
Ewe ndiyabona.
Yes,
In other words, according to the records of Lonman, you were described as a striker on that particular day. Is that correct?
Kwamaphepha ke incwadi zaselomini wena wawubhalwe njengomntu wayewuthatha inxaxheba kuqhankqalazo ngalamhla.
Kodwa ngoku payslip yami ndafumana imali yami ngobunzalo bayo i-shift ndayibhatala.
But according to the pay slip, I got the money for the shift. I got paid for the shift.
So the principle of no work, no pay doesn't apply to you.
Lento ke kuthiwa xa ungasebenzi awufumani imali ayizange isebenze kuwe, zange yenziwe kuwe.
Zange yenziwe.
No, didn't apply to me.
And in particular, if I can just put these two questions to you, Mr. Gigeleza, it's already clear from what you've told the Commission that you were not on strike, you were assisting NUM in trying to persuade people that they should not participate in the unprotected strike and should go to work. Is that right?
Uthi wena wawungathathi inxaxheba kuqhankqalazo kodwa wawuncedisa inum nibongoza abasebenzi into bana bangathathi inxaxheba kuqhankqalazo.
Kunzalo.
That's correct.
And would it also be correct that you were at no stage amongst the group that gathered on the Kopi or in its vicinity?
Inyani na nento kubana wena zange ube naba bantu babe buthene kwikopi.
Kunzalo.
That's correct.
Mr. Chair, I don't know what time the Commission would like to take tea. At any time would be convenient for me.
It sounds, if it's appropriate at this
It's
stage
appropriate.
for the purpose of your examination, Chief of the witness, we can take the adjournment. The Commission will take the tea adjournment.
Si sayosela iti. Kuyalandela phofu. singameni nginyawo siyaqalisa ngakhona.
The Commission resumes. Before you proceed, Mr. Tip, I'd like to read out a statement which has been issued through the Government Communication Services. Yesterday, a foreign television news channel broadcast cellular telephone video footage that was recorded on 16 August 2012 at what is now known as Scene 2, which footage was recorded by 2 members of the South African Police Service. The comments accompanying the broadcast suggested that certain conclusions be drawn concerning the meaning and effect of the video footage. The broadcast also included comment of that kind by a representative of parties participating in the proceedings of the Commission. The content of the broadcast suggests that the video footage has been recently discovered by the television channel or its sources. This incorrect impression is reflected in follow-up reports that appeared in this morning's press. The true state of affairs is the following. The video footage was recorded by Captain Rylands and Sergeant Mshlatsi, 2 members of the South African Police Service, who were present at Scene 2 on 16 August 2012. The video footage was provided to the Commission by the South African Police Service without compulsion and was shown in the Commission on the 21st of November last year. The soundtrack of the video footage was of poor quality, and when it was shown, the voices thereon were not clearly audible. The video footage forms part of the exhibits that have been handed in to date, being exhibits L1 to L5 in respect to the video footage recorded by Captain Rylands, and exhibits CC39 to CC51 in respect to the video footage recorded by Sergeant Mshlatsi. Neither the South African Police Service nor the parties whose representative is quoted in the broadcast have given testimony before the Commission regarding the matters covered by the video footage. In the circumstances, the Commission is of the view that it is premature to draw any conclusions from the video footage that is included in the broadcast.
Usandogqiba ke ngoku uCommissioner into yokuba bebekade bejonge enye ke ngoku yevideo kuthiwa yesihlakalo okanye bave kwinto ebisasazwa ke ngoku ngonondaba be-British bethetha ngevideo lena yesihlakalo sesibini eyathathwa ke ngoku uCaptain Roland kunye nomnumzana uMahlatsi, kodwa ke kuthiwa ngenxa yokuba kubekho izigqibo ezenziweyo ngabanye abameli ngalo video leyo into eyenziwa ngaphambi kwexesha okanye lingekafiki ixesha layo. Ngamanye amazwi ke uyinto ayigxekayo i-Commission ngalonto yenzekileyo. Ndiyayifunda ke ngoku kuthiwa izolo ke ngoku umabonakude ke ngoku bangaphandle bendaba baye bathetha ke ngalo video leyo ebivela efonini yarekhodwa nge-16 August le ibizwa isihlakalo sesibini apho ke ngoku kwakurekhodwe amalungu amabini amapolisa ke ngoku into ababekade beyiphefumla yayibonisa into kubana kukho abantu babesethathe izigqibo ngalo video leyo ithe yaquka ke lento ithethiweyo ukuba yenziwe ngabameli abamele amaqela athile athatha inxaxheba kule commission. Kodwa ke ibonisa into kubana ke ngolo video leyo akukudala ifumanekile into ke ngoku engalunganga efaka izingqondweni zabantu ilento iye yenzeka kuyiphephandaba la izolo. Kodwa ke inyaniso ile le video le yarekhodwa nguCaptain Rylands no Sergeant Mshlatsi ngamamemba amabini amapolisa babekhona kwisihlakalo sesibini nge-16 August 2012. Le video ke yasiwa kule commission ngaba be-subs abamapolisa benganyanzelwanga ukuba benze njalo, yaboniswa kule commission nge-21 kaNovemba 2012. Ke nengoma ezidlala kulo video kanye isandi esivakalayo apho sasikwixabiso eliphantsi kakhulu namazwi engavakali kakuhle nevideo kanye imifanekiso ingabonakali kakuhle. Kuye ke lo video footage leyo iyinxalenye yobungqina buthe bakhutshwa phambi kwale ibizwa ke exhibit 1 I1 no ukuya ku I15 xa sithetha ngazo ke ezirekodwe nguCaptain Rylands le ke exhibit no exhibit CC39 no CC51 xa sithetha ngale video ne erekodwe nguSargeant uMahlatsi amapolisa nawo okanye amaqela ango amele ekotwa amele abantu ekota okanye ethetha lonto leyo abakaniki ubungqina phambi kwale commission kumeko njalo i-commission icinga into kubana ke ngoku into eyenzeka kungekagqinjwa okanye ngaphambi kwexesha ukuba kuzothathwa izigqibo ngevideo le equkwayo ke ngoku kule nto ipapashweyo okanye kule broadcast.
Mr. Tip, you're going to continue with the examination chief of the witness after I've reminded him he's still under oath. You're still under oath to give in respect to the evidence you're going to give.
Usafungile, tatane? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gegeleza, you'll recall that shortly before we adjourned for tea, you had described to the Commission that from the vicinity of the hostel kitchen you had seen some RDOs gathering, that you then, with your group, went down to the NUM office, the WPL branch office, and that you remained in attendance at that office during the events that you're about to describe.
Uyakhumbula ngoxesha ke ngokubusu nika ubungqina buthe nithe xa nisuke ke ngoku kule office ye kule kitchen le hostel nahamba ke ngoku emva banibone ababa be RDO babeqhankqalaza na yahlala kwi office le yenum ibizwa iWPL uhlele kulapho uchethe ixesha elide khona kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
I'm going to begin with the description you give in paragraph 11. The time shortly before 9 o'clock that morning, you referred to a colleague of yours called Mr. Kolkati, who received a telephone call.
Phambi kwentsimbi ke yethoba uthi kukho ugqawa kusebenza nayo oyathi umnumzana uKolkati owathi wafumana umnxeba uvela kumhlobo wakhe kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Did he convey what he had heard to you and other of the members present there?
Lento ke wayixelelwa nguye waye waxelela abanye osebenza nabo ababelapho kule office.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Did he say from whom he had received the call?
Wakuxelela into bana ngubani lo wayimtselela umnxeba.
Wanixelela sengelinye ixesha ayinakugalamini sasipha.
He told me at a later stage, but not on that day we were in the office.
And what sort of person had called him, and from where?
Yayingubani ke lo mntu lo wayemfonela umuntu wenza ntoni okanye njani emfonela ephi.
Ke ndiyoyika ukunikezela ngegama.
I'm afraid to mention his name.
That's acceptable, subject to the Commission's ruling, of course. But I just want to know where that person was who called Mr. Kolkati.
Xa ungafuna ukukhupha igama lakhe kuthi uyamkela lento kodwa ke ufuna ukwazi into ba lo mntu wayitselela umnumzana uKolkati imnxeba ne emfonela wayemfonela ephi.
Wayesithi ku meeting yama RDO.
He said he was in the RDO meeting.
And what was the content of the report that he gave to Mr. Kolkati, which was conveyed to you all?
Ingxelo ke okanye into wayixelela ke ngokumnumzana uKolkati apha emnxebeni wathini kuye xa emfonela.
uKolkati into asiqale yona uthena ufumana icall esuka komnye ufriend wakho osenantsikeni ose-stadium onama RDO athi ama RDO azomashele office azotshisa iquantum ahlasele ashise office ahlasele nathi ngaphakathi office.
And Mr. Kolkati told us that he had received that message from his friend, in fact, who took part in the meeting of RDOs. And he said that they, in that meeting, had agreed or decided that they would march to the NUM offices and that they would satellite the quantum, they would satellite also the office and also attack us.
At the time that, that this report came through, can you give the Commission some idea of how many persons were present, how many NUM members or officials were present in the office?
Ngeli xesha ke nanifumana lo myalezo ungachaza into yokuba abantu babe kule ofisi yenu ngelo xesha babe bangaphi inani?
Sasemalunga napha ko-30.
Approximately 30 in number.
And moving to paragraph 12, did you notice shortly after this call that Mr. Setleli, his nickname is Brown, the branch chairperson, did you see him step out of the office?
Emva kwalo nto leyo ke emva kwexeshana waye wabona umnumzana lo nimtikitisa nimbiza ke ngoku uBrown ne umnumzana uStelele nambona ephuma eofisini.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And when he came back, did he make a report to you and the others inside?
Xa ebuyela ke ngoku ngaphakathi kukho ingxela waninika yona wena kwakunye nabanye ababelapho ngaphakathi?
Wasixelela uba ukufika ama-security emayini amxelele ukuthi ama-shin operator bamashela ofisini zombutho bazohlasela.
He informed that he was told by the security personnel of the mine that the RDOs were marching to the office and that they were going to attack us.
Paragraph 13, was there then a discussion and a decision about what should be done with the quantum that NUM made use of, the quantum vehicle?
Niye ke ngoku nabamba ingxoxo nathatha isigqibo into yoba kuzokwenzeka ntoni ngale quantum.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
What was decided?
Into ngesiphi isigqibo enasithathayo?
Ukuthi mayibekwe endaweni e-safety.
That it was supposed to be taken to a safe place.
And is it correct that Mr. Setleli and Jeff the driver then took the vehicle away for that purpose?
Inyaniso into yokubana ke ngoku umnumzana uStelele kunye noJeff baye bayihambisa le moto.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Then in paragraph 14, you touch on the question of some weapons that there were in the NUM office. Is it correct that Mr. Dalivoyo handed some weapons out to the members who had decided to remain there?
Uyathetha ke ngoku apha ku paragraph 14 ngamalungu NUM babekade bengaphakathi ofisini. Inyani na into yokuba umnumzana uDalivoyo waye wakhupha ke ngoku ezinye izixhobo wazinika amanye amalungu ayengaphakathi apho eofisini.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, was it ordinarily so that there were weapons kept in the NUM office?
Can you repeat?
Yes. To your knowledge, would it usually be the case that there would be any weapons kept in the NUM office?
Into eqhelekileyo ke le into kubana kubekho izixhobo ezigcinwa kwiofisi yeNUM? No.
Did Mr. Bongo give an indication of where these weapons had come from?
Wanichazelana into kubana zithathwe phi kanye zisuka phi izixhobo yena umnumzana umhlekazi uBongo?
Wanichazela mna nabanye babevele bezazi ukuthi ababekhona wanichazela mna.
Because the others who were there were already aware or they knew why they were there, then Mr. Bongo so informed me, he told me the reason.
Yes. What did he tell you?
Wakuxelela ntoni wathini kuwe?
Wathi izolo xa bebe esikhotha abantu bebasa emsebenzini bebedibana nabantu abavala abasebenzi bamangaya emsebenzini bababuza uba bayaphi xa besithi bavala abantu abangaya emsebenzini bathatha ezo zixhobo bathi mabaphindele kwindawo bahlala kuzo.
Kubantu abathatha izixhobo zabanye?
Andithi ama-steward nge-10 aye esikhotha abasebenzi uba mabaye emsebenzini late nge-10 it was Friday ndandingekho ke. So babedibana nabanye abantu abaphethe izixhobo bayathatha ezo zixhobo babuza ukuthi bayaphi bathi aba bantu bavala abantu bathatha ezo zixhobo bathi mabaphinde kwindawo bahlala kuzo okanye baye emsebenzini babafanele babaye emsebenzini.
Izixhobo babezithatha kumalungu enu?
Kubantu ababesivala abasebenzi abaye emsebenzini.
The information he gave me was that on the previous day, as the people would be going to work and being escorted. On the way, there would be these people who were armed and who would try to stop the people from going to work or block them or stop them from going to work. So he says that the shop stewards would then go and then take those weapons from them and tell them to go back to where they came from.
And was there anything said to you or any indication given to you that when the weapons were taken in that way, that there had been acts of violence?
Kwakho nkcazelo wayifumana into yoba ngeli xesha kwakuthathwa ngaloo ndlela ezo zixhobo kwabakho udushe olaba khona.
Ayizange ndive nto.
I never heard nothing of that nature.
You personally were not part of the escorting shop stewards during the night before, is that correct?
Wena ke ngobusuku ba ngezolo kwanye kwangela xesha wena wawungasoyinxalenye yeza shop steward zazikhapha abantu uhamba bayophangela.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And is it also so that that you in that way were given a knob kerry and a spear?
Ngaloo ndlela wena wanikwa iqakatha kunye nomkhonto.
Kunjalo.
That's correct. Qakathi.
I'm turning to paragraph 15. All the persons inside the office then moved out of the office.
Bonke abantu abengaphakathi kwiofisi baye baphuma ke baphumela ngaphandle kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And I think at this stage it will be useful if you would look at exhibit YY 2.2. That's the second of the series of these maps, and it shows a little more detail around the NUM office area. Do you see it?
Uyayibona mos le apha lo mfanekiso obonisa nengingqi le inum apho ikhoyo.
Ewe ndiyabona.
Yes, I can see it.
And you see there the road called Street D?
Uyayibona le ndlela ibizwa uStreet D.
Ewe ndiyasibona.
Yes, I can see it.
That's the one that runs past the entrance into the NUM office building, is that correct?
Ile uqitha kuyo xa uyongena ke ngoku kumangeno we-office le yenum injalo lonto.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And when everybody inside the office moved out, did they move into Street D?
So xa ngoko ke xa abantu babephuma bathi bophuma apha kule office le yenum baye bahamba ngesitrato apha kubhalwe uD kuso.
Ababheke abantu. Cela ucacelwe kuqala.
I would like you to then clarify to me which people are you talking about.
Yes, let me clarify that. There were a number of people, perhaps in the vicinity of 30, inside the NUM office.
Kwakungabantu esingathi mhlawumbi babe 30 ngenani babe ngaphakathi ku-office yenum kunjalo.
Ewe kunjalo.
That's correct.
Yes, I'm referring to those people. Did all of them move out of the office at the same time?
Ndithetha ngabo bantu ke ndifuna ukwazi into yoba baphuma ngaxeshanye na ngeli xesha babephuma kwi-office yenum.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And did they move out into generally the area on Street D, outside the NUM entrance? NUM office entrance, I beg your pardon.
Baphuma ke baya ngakule ndawo imakho apha njengo-Street D ngakule ndawo apho kumangeno enum ngakumangeno enum.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
What was the reason for people deciding to move out of the office?
Isizathu sokuba ke ngoku abantu baphume ofisini yayintoni?
Sasesivile ukuthi kuzohlasela.
We had already heard that there would be an attack.
And how did that lead to the decision to move out of the office?
Intoni ke yenza into yoba kugqitywe into yoba makuphunywe ofisini?
Sasibona ukuthi xa ungafikwa singaphakathi ofisini singalinyazwa ngabaqhankqalazi.
We had realized that if they could find us inside the office, that we were going to be injured or attacked by the strikers.
Were you concerned that if they found you inside the office, you would be trapped there?
Nani nexhala into yokuba ukuba banifumene ofisini bazanivingcela eofisini?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Now, once you were outside, was there then some discussion about what should be done and what you would all do about the situation?
Masithi ke ngexesha benise ngaphandle benike naxoxa nathatha isigqibo into yoba yintoni efuneka yenzeke okanye niyenze.
Sasengizokhusela ubomi bethu kunye ne-offices ze-NUF.
We were going to protect ourselves and also the offices of the NUM.
What was the mood of yourself and your companions at that time? How did you feel about the possibility of this attack?
Nina naniziva njani, niziva niphatheke njani ngale nto yoba bekungenzeka nihlaselwe. Yayiniphethe njani loo nto?
Kukukhona ukothuka okukhulu.
We were extremely afraid.
And was there some discussion about who would remain to defend the office and who might decide to leave?
Benike naxoxa kanye nake nathatha isigqibo sokuba ngubani ozawusala apho kungakhusela ioffice nokuba ngubani efuneke ehambe.
Ayi zange yenzeke loo nto.
No, that never happened.
Did any of the persons there in fact leave before the attackers or the strikers arrived?
Kukho omnye wabantu abake abahamba phambi ba abaqhankqalazi bafike.
Asele kufike ama-security. Asele kufike ama-security bakhona abahambayo.
When the security personnel arrived, some people left.
Yes. All right, let's turn to that, which is in paragraph 16. You say security personnel, were those security personnel of the mine, Lonman security?
Banogada ke uthetha ngabo ngaba baselon mina emgodini ne?
Kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Did they drive up there in one of their vans?
Babe baya baqhuba ke ngoku enye yeveni zabo apho.
Babeqhuba yona.
Yes, they were driving it.
Did they speak to Mr. Bongo?
Baye baba nodliwanondlebe okanye bancokola no Bongo.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Were you nearby and did you hear what they said?
Waume kufutshane apho kwaye wayiva into babeyincokola.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And what did the security personnel have to say?
Bathi nike bona abanogada.
Bathi abanogada abaqhankqalazi naba bayeza bathi bazoshisa iquantum ne-office and kungcono siphume e-officeini sivale sihambe because bakufutshane bazohlasela. Wabuza uBhongo uba bazawubani na ozokhusela esi-office bathi bona banozikhusela.
Okay. They said that the strikers are on the way and that they are going to attack us, that we must close the office and then leave it and then leave. And then so Bongo then asked them who is going then to protect the office. They then said that no, they are in no position or they cannot protect that office.
Now, once this, well, let me ask you this first. The two Lonman security personnel, how did they look to you? Were did they look calm or otherwise?
Ngendlela wawubona ngayo ke onogada aba babebonakala ngathi ngabantu nje babepholile behleli ngathi akukho nto yenzekayo okanye babebonakala njani indlela wabobona ngayo?
Kwakungekho nto ibonisa ukuthi okanye kukhona ukuthuka okanye kukhona ntoni babengabantu nje abanomali.
They just looked normal. There's nothing in them that suggested that they were perhaps startled.
Once you, and I'm just asking about your reaction to what you said, once you heard what the Lonman security personnel had said about the attack and that they could not offer protection of the office, what was the impact of that on you?
Xa ke ngoku onogada besitsho into babona banakwazi ukuthi le ofisi yenu bayikhusele, loo nto yenza ntoni kuwe emveni ba usandova amazwi anjalo?
Yandongezelela ukoyika kuba ndalisendithembile ukuthi bazosikhusela nabo.
It made me fear even more because I thought that they were going to protect us.
And after the discussion with Mr. Bongo, is it so that the two security personnel drove away from the vicinity of NUM office?
Inyani ke into yokuba emva kokuba abanogada babini begqiba ukuncokola nobhongo bathi emva koko bahamba basuka kuloo ngingqi leyo yeofisi yenum.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And at that stage, did all the persons who had been in the NUM office remain there, or were there some who decided to leave?
Emva koko ke kukho abanye baba babe kwi-office yenum abathatha isigqibo loba bona bazawusala okanye kukho abahambayo na.
Bakhona abanye abahambayo xa ehamba ama-security.
There are some who left immediately when the security personnel left, after they left.
And is it so, Mr. Gegeleza, that very soon after that, you could hear the sound of the strikers approaching?
Inyani ke nento yokuba emva koko uye wayiva ke ngoku ingxolo le yayikho apho busiva into yobana ke ngoku abaqhankqalazi bayasondela.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Just for cross-reference, I'm now dealing with paragraph 17. What did you then do when you heard that sound?
Emva kokuba uve loo ngxolo leyo wena uye wenza ntoni?
Ndiye ndavela ngasemva kwe-NUM office ukubona uba bandawoni na apho bantu baculayo.
From the back side of the NUM offices, I looked to see as to where the people who were singing were.
Did you remain in Street D, or did you move into Street B? The larger one? Just have a look again at the plan.
Uye wasala pha ku street D ngelo xesha kanye wahamba waza pha ku street esibizwa ngo B.
Kange ndize ku street B, kange ndize ku street D, ndihambe kune passage kunendawo ivulekileyo emveni kwe-office. Emveni koba sendikhwazele ii-comrade kodwa ezinye maziye ngaphambile mazihambe ngaphambi kwe-satellite police station.
Ubakhwaze into yoba bahambe phambi kwe-satellite police station.
Because nabo bayeza aba bantu.
I neither walked towards Street D nor Street B, but I walked through the passage which was behind NUM offices. I further shouted and informed the other NUM officials or members that they must walk towards the satellite police station. Street D, sorry, Street D.
Yes. Perhaps if you could, with reference to the exhibit YY 2.2, can you just point out where you were? Let me just ask you this: at a certain stage, you saw the striking workers or the marchers turn into the road leading to the NUM office, Street B. Is that so?
Ukho ixesha apho wawubona abantu babebambe umncelele ke bejikela ngakwicala ke ngoku elile office yenum injalo lonto.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Now, if you could perhaps just point out to us on YY 2.2 where you were at that stage.
Uba ungasibonise ke ngoku lo mfanekiso wemap elapha into yokuba ngelo xesha ke ngoku ubona abantu wena wawuphi.
Xa ungajonga i-NUM office kune fence yalapha. So nathi sekonini le fence, xa usekonini ye-fence ngapha kwinantsika ku-NUM office uyavela ngapha ubone yonke into eza ngo-street B.
Okay. At There is a fence
Khona up there.
in the offices of NUM, and at that stage, I was standing at the corner, and when you are standing at the corner, you are able to see everything that happens in Street B.
Perhaps, Mr. Gegeleza, I might be putting the question to you in a way that is not full enough. Let us just say that Street B is actually the road along which the taxis and other transport would move, but between the street, that street where the vehicles move, and the NUM office, the fence of the NUM office, there's a large area of broken ground. Is that correct?
Street B ke kulapho itaxi zihamba khona ne xa sijonge usuka apha kule ndawo uyotsho kunum offices apha ke ngokule ndawo kukho indawo enkulu yegrabile andithi
Kunjalo.
that's correct.
I called it broken ground, but rough ground, but it's a large area between the street, the tarmac, and NUM. Were you there in that area?
Yile ndlela ke ayibiza into ba indlela ke ngoku yegrabile engathi bekugrunjwa ngamanye amazwi kuyo ne ile ndlela uthetha ngayo iphakathi kweNUM kunye nesi strato injalo nto leyo.
Ndihamba endleleni xa ndithetha ngo-Street B uyiyo yona loo ndlela leyo kodwa ndihamba endleleni mna ndijikele emveni ekoneni yenantsika yefensi yenantsika ye-NUM ngaphandle kwefensi.
At that time, I was not in the street or to say on the road. And then at that time, I just proceeded to the corner of the fence, but not inside, outside. Yes.
Yes. All right. Did you then see the marchers approaching?
Wababona ke ngoku abantu ababamumngcelele besondela.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And again,
ngicela sonke isimeni ngenyawo i-commission iyaqala.
Commission resumes. You're still under oath. Mr. Tip,
Ukhumbule
now
ke
the lights have
usafundile,
been
ne?
restored, would you like to carry on with the examination in chief?
It will be a good deal easier now, Mr. Chair, yes. Mr. Geyeleza, we had got to the point where you had told the Commission that you were at the corner on the outside of the fence surrounding the NUM office.
Bese sifikele kwindawo antithapho wawuthe wena ume ekoneni kodwa kuthango kodwa ngaphandle apha kwi-office ngaphandle kothango kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And to the extent that it will help you, just refer where it's appropriate to the exhibit YY 2.2. As it will be useful for you to point things out, then that will assist us also to follow your description of the events. Now, I want you to continue as you were to tell the Commission in your own words what happened. From the corner of the NUM yard, could you then see the strikers, the marchers approaching? And could you see where they were coming from?
Njengokuba wawume phaya ethangweni ke phaya ekoneni ngaphandle ne kule ndawo wawume kuyo wawubabona abaqhankqalazi na wawubona nokuba basuka kweliphi icala.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And where were they coming from? Well, perhaps I can just lead you. They came down Street A, that's the road from the stadium direction, and they turned left into Street B. Is that correct?
Ke ngoku abantu babebambe umngcelele beqhankqalaza babesuka kwesi sitrato esi ke ngose stadium baze bathi ke ngoku bajikela ngasekhohlo bengena kwesi sitrato sibizwa uStreet B. Injalo lonto leyo?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And then they moved down Street B in the direction of the satellite police station and the NUM office, correct?
Kuhambeni kwabo ke babejongise imibombo kwi police station le satellite kunye nase offices zaseNUM kunjalo lonto?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And how did this group appear to you? Were they quiet? Were they calm? How did they look? How did they sound?
Ngendlela owawubona ngayo ke ababantu babonakala benjani yayingabantu abazolileyo bethe cwaka okanye kwakwenzeka ntoni?
Into babezenza babecula ingoma kodwa ndandingayivi bethini. Xa ndiqala ndivela bendibona nabo babethawuta ndeva namagama athi nazi ezizinza.
They were singing some songs, but I don't remember the words of those songs that were sung. And at some time when I appeared there, they then said, "Here are those dogs."
Right. We'll get to that point in a moment, Mr. Gegelez. At this stage, I just want to deal with your impression of this group. Did they seem to you to be calm in their mood? What was their mood?
Ufuna uqonda ke into yokuba bakubonakala ingathi ngabantu ababegcine ucwangco bezolile okanye babesenza ntoni babenjani imbonakalo yabo bona ngendlela beqhuba babesenza ngayo?
Abendlongondlongo kakhulu besiza bekubaleka ngasofisini.
They were so aggressive and they came towards the office running.
Did you see any weapons amongst them?
Wena wakawabona baphethe izixhobo na?
Kunjalo.
Yes.
What sorts of weapons did you notice?
Ngoluphi ke ngokuhlobo lwezixhobo owabona wena beziphethe?
Ibizintonga namanobukere nephangazi kwabanye nakwabanye nemikhonto.
The others were carrying sticks, and whereas the others were carrying nopkeris, pangas, and also others were also carrying spears.
Now, at the stage that they were moving towards you, as you say, moving fast, running, did you move forward? Was there then a group of people with you, or were you still on your own? Can you just position yourself, please, as this was happening?
Ngeli xesha ke ubona abantu besiza bebaleka wena uye waya ngaphambili okanye kukho abantu wawumi nabo apho ngelo xesha okanye wawumi wedwa.
Emveni koba ndixelele icomrade ukuthi aba bantu bafikile mabaphume ezinye icomrade phambi kwesatellite zaba khona ezinye icomrade eziza ngapha ngakumi ukuzikela ngasemva kweoffice sahlangabezana nabo.
Okay. Then as I saw them coming faster, or running, then I alerted the other comrade. I said they are already here and that they should walk out. And some of the comrades then walked towards me, and then we went to their direction. Otherwise, we confronted them.
And how many people were in your group, more or less?
Inani ke labantu aba iqela eli lakho bunalo beniba ngaphi inani?
Lalingaphansi kumashumi amabini abantu.
Less than 20 people.
Were those the people who were with you near Street B, or were those the totality of the people of NUM who were around the NUM office at the time?
Elo nani uthetha ngalo ke engabonga abantu bangekwi-office yeNUM okanye uthetha ngabantu babe kwi-strato esisibiza Street B kweli phepha?
Uthetha abantu ababe ku-Street B ngolo xesha ngabaqhankqalazi. Nofuna ucacelwa ikakuhle iquestion ngabapha abantu ababuzayo ubuza ama-steward labe ndihamba nawo nobubuza abaqhankqalazi.
I just want clarity in that regard. I want to know if you are referring to the strikers or maybe my fellow comrades, the other shop stewards.
Yes, no, I'm referring only to your fellow shop stewards.
Buza ke nge-shop steward ezibunazo ngelo xesha.
Yazazi ngaphansi kwamashumi amabini.
Yes, they were less than 20 in number.
Yes. Mr. Gigeleza, I just want to establish where you were at this stage. Just have a look at YY 2.2.
Cela ujonge apha ku-YY 2.2 lo mfanekiso wonke ke lo.
You have it?
Uyijongile mos ujonge kuyo? Yes.
And you'll tell us if you have any difficulties in following it, but I just want to refer you to the fact that there's a Street B, which is the one that goes to the taxi rank. You see that?
Usixelele ke ngoku xa ingathi unobunzima ujongana nabo ne? U-Street B ngesistrato serenki yeteksi andithi?
B at this stage, Mr. Chair.
U-B ngesistrato seteksi andithi?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And then between the street portion, the road portion, and the NUM fence, there's the open bit of ground, which is quite wide, as a sort of pavement or a sidewalk. You see that?
Ke ngoku phambi kwe-office zeNUM kunye nendlela le yamabantu kukho indledlana ethile oyibonayo ingathi indlela engasetyenzwanga kunjalo?
Indlela ebisa contract xa ujonga u-Street B uhamba naye xa ufika apha ku-Street C uyaphela apha ku-Street B uyaphela kube gravel road before now ngeli xesha ke bekubhizi contract ifuna ukudibanisa yenze itha apha and kunendlela ehamba abantu ngenyawo apha emveni kwe-office.
As we see there in Street B, from the side of the taxi rank to where we see that arrow of Street C, there's Third Road. But beyond the white car that we see, it was still a gravel road and there was an ongoing road construction, which later there's tar which was supposed to be poured on that road. But if you look at the right-hand side towards the NUM offices, there was a sidewalk there where people could walk.
All right. So that the picture we see here is not exactly the same in respect to the condition of the road.
Ngoko ke lo mfanekiso sinawo awuvezi kakuhle ukuba indlela le indlela enjani ne.
Bumtuni ongayaziyo kodwa kumi mna ndiyaziyo.
Okay. Yes, to someone who doesn't know the condition of that road, but not to someone like me who is familiar with that road.
Yes. All right, thank you. Then just to get our bearings, you see Street C is a road that turns off to the right off Street B. You with me?
Uyabona mos isistrato thwangusi, ngistrato jikela kuso xa usuka pha ku B. Kunjalo?
Ewe.
Yes.
And if you go along that road for a bit, then you turn left and you go into Street D, and that's the one that goes past the front entrance of the NUM office.
Xa uthi ke ungene ngayo le ndlela uze ujikele ngasekhohlo ungena pha kustrato city city Street D ne. Ile ndlela ke uthi udlule ngayo phambi kwamangeno kanye kwigate ye office NUM kunjalo?
Akunjalongo mna ndidlule ndihambe ngasemva kweoffice ndixelele.
I understand. Ndithi xa ungena apha eC ukuze uzodlula ke umuntu oza kwioffice NUM ungena apha ke ngoku D kulapha azofumana khona indlela engenayo kwioffice NUM injalo lonto. That's correct.
Okay. Now, let me just take the description of the events to the point where this group of marchers has reached the stage along Street B, where they reach Street C. That turn. You with me on that?
Masithi ke ngomasithathe uxesha apho ke ngoku aba baqhankqalaza abantu babamngcelele babesuka apha ku-Street B bahamba banyuka ngoku baze bafikile apha kule ndawo ayibiza u-Street C usahamba kunye naye mos igqwetha lakho andithi?
Ewe kunjalo.
That's correct.
When the marchers or strikers had reached that point, did some of them turn into Street C? Did some of them continue along Street B? Or did they all turn, or did none turn? Can you just tell us the movements of them at that point?
Kude ufuna usichazele ke ngoku into ba andithi abantu bayahamba basuka phezantsi ke ngoku ne xa befika kule ndawo apho ingathi kufuneke kujikwe khona apha ku-Street C. Into afuna uyiqonda ke ngoku umhlekazi into ba abantu ababajikela ngasekunene okanye baqhubeka ngaloo ndlela leyo okanye kwenzeka ntoni?
Ya xa befika asuka apha ku-Street B beyofika apha befika lapha ku-Street C abanye bebeqala ukufuna ukujika besiya ku-Street C abanye befuna ukuqhubeleka ngokuhamba ku-Street B.
Okay. When the people were walking towards Street C, when they then reached that point or that place, some of them wanted to turn to Street C, whereas the others wanted to proceed straight.
Yes. And is that what they did?
Benza ngelo ndlela benza njalo ke abanye bajika apha ngakusi abanye baqhubekeka straight.
Ya ngoba besasithi kufutshane nathi sisabahlangabezana nabo kangabade kwade babe kanti baqhubeleka kakhulu phambili.
Okay. Yes, because they were nearer and further that we were approaching them, so that made them to proceed even further.
Okay. Ndithi ngoba nathi besesihlangabezana nabo kange bahambe emgama umde ukuza ngapha ngoba mina beningapha kwaba bahamba bendisihlangabezana nabo abaza ngo-Street B.
They didn't walk. Can I repeat that one, Commissioner? They didn't walk long distance as we were approaching them. And at that time, we were approaching those who were coming straight moving in the direction of the offices, in other words, to Street B, in Street B.
Yes. I think I'm beginning to follow that very clearly now, thank you. So at that point, you were outside the fence of the NUM office, in that area next to Street B, the road portion. Is that correct?
Gelo xesha ke ngoku wena bulapha kuthango leNUM kodwa ungaphandle kodwa kula ndledlana le ilapha ku Street B.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And at that place, how many NUM members were with you?
Gelo xesha ke bume apha kulo ndledlana amalungu eNUM ubumi nawo ngelo xesha mangaphi nani lawo.
Bendingamanga nawo kodwa benobaphaya kuya ko-5 bendingakwazi ukuwabala because bekubhizi.
And they were not exactly standing with me, but according to him, they were there, and they could be uthi by 4 or 5, 4 or 5 NUM members there.
Yes. Now, I want to get to the point that you had reached, and just for cross-reference again, I'm dealing with paragraph 18 and into paragraph 19.
The last part is that because of the movements that were taking place there, that he was in no position to count them, in fact, when he estimated between 4 and 5.
Yes.
Because it was busy there.
Yes, we understand that. Now, what took place? Did the approaching strikers, those who were still moving along Street B in your direction, did they see you?
Aba baqhankqalazi ke ngoku babehamba pha ku Street B apho wawukhona nawe bakubona.
Ababendibona.
Yes, they could see me.
And when they saw you, what happened?
Bathi bakubona benza ntoni?
Baba besibiza ngezinja ukuthi nazi izinja.
They then called us dogs or referred to us as dogs and said, here are these dogs.
At that stage, were they still moving or had they come to a stop?
Ngelo xesha ke babemile kwanye bebesahamba.
Besihlangabezana sonke.
By then they were approaching us, and on the other side we were also approaching them.
Did any of the marchers give any indication or say anything to the effect that they had come there because they wanted to speak to NUM, because they wanted NUM to assist them to take demands to Lonman? Anything of that sort?
Apho ke kuba qhankqalazi kukho omnye wabo ke wathetha wathi baze eNUM ngoba bafuna iNUM izova izikhalo zabo bayintoni na kwanye yintoni imfuno yabo. No.
Was there any point at which any stones were thrown at that scene?
Kuye kwabakho ilixa apho amatye aye aqulutywa okanye kwagityiselwa ngamatye.
Abakhona amatye avelileyo esiza kuthi thina besingasemva kweoffice.
There were stones which were thrown at us, and by then we were at the office, but at the back.
Now, were these, how fast were these events happening, Mr. Gegeleza? Quickly or slowly?
Ufuna uqonda into yokuba izihlawulo besenzeka indlela besenzeka ukukhawuleza kokwenzeka kwezinto zenzeka ngokukhawuleza kanye bezingenzeki ngokukhawuleza.
Bekusenzeka ngokukhawuleza okukhulu.
These events were really unfolding very fast.
And how did you feel about the situation?
Ngalo meko leyo ke ngoku wena yayilapho kwakusinto into yesenzeka waye waphatheka kanye waziva njani ngalo nto leyo?
Anina loyiko kodwa nandifuna ukukhusela ubomi bami. Office ombudo.
I had fear, I was afraid, but I wanted to protect my life and as well as the offices of NUM.
And this group was still moving forward towards you? Did it seem that you were at risk, you personally?
Ngeli xesha ke leli qela okanye le ngingi yabisiza ngaphambili isonto lakuni.
Chair,
Ngelo xesha ubona ingathi ubomi bakho busemngciphekweni.
I'm sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt, but
ndandibona
the
ukuthi
direction,
kunjalo, Mhlekazi.
Barnes wants to say something. Yes, Ms. Barnes?
direction in which the crowd was moving is a contentious issue. It's not common cause. And I would submit that the witness ought to be able to give these
Yes, yes,
details in
yes.
his own words
No,
and not be led on
I-
these contentious
I'm-
issues.
I'm in agreement with you. You don't have to elaborate. I think we've now reached the critical point at which you must endeavor to allow the witness to fly totally unaided. You obviously going to guide him to indicate the material to be covered, but I think Ms. Barnes is right in saying that this is the time for leading questions to stop.
Yes, I think that in my defense, perhaps I can say that I had understood that I had already established through the witness's account that the group, that part of this group was still moving in his direction in Road B and that others had turned down Road C. I didn't think that that was...
What was leading, and I wasn't aware of the fact that it was contentious, which is why I didn't stop you, but Ms. Barnes obviously knows what the case is from the people for whom she appears. Paragraph 20, the second part of the first sentence, that's the point to which she objected. So I think from now on, we must assume that we're in contentious waters. But I understand what you said. It will be taken into account in mitigation.
Right. Well, the objection concerned the direction. I'm satisfied with the state of the record. I'm not going to pursue the direction any further. Let me, Mr. Gegeleza, you've described now what the position was and where you were, where your colleagues were, where the marchers were moving. You just tell us from this point in your own words what then happened.
Andithi buchazile ngeli xesha bubuzwa imibuzo ekhokela imibuzo ke ngoku umhlekazi uThip into kuba wawumi ndawoni nokuthi ogqaba kwanye izinshopjiwa zazime ndawoni na nokuba aba baqhankqalazi bona babe ndawoni na. So ucela ke ngoku into bangawakho amazwi wena ke ngoku uzosichazela usixelele ke ngoku ungene emxholweni uzosixelela into bana emva koko kwaye kwenzeka ntoni na ungashiyi into ngasemva.
Kuthe xa sikude kufutshane nokokuba singadibana nabaqhankqalazi kubonakala bokuyaliwe noba kwenzeka kanjani.
When we were just about then to meet these strikers so that it could be clear as to whether a fight would start or whatever would happen,
Ndeva izithonga zempu
I then heard gunshots.
abaqhankqalazi baphinda umva ngokukhawuleza.
And then the strikers quickly retreated.
Ndiye ndaqaphela into yoba bayabaleka.
I then noticed or realized that they were running away.
How many gunshots did you hear approximately?
Izithonga uzivileyo ke ngoku zemipu yayizithonga ezingaphi?
Kodwa zingaphezulu esithathwini.
It was more than 3 gunshots.
Siye sake sabasukela ke abaqhankqalazi sabangena inkomponi hostel. Siye sabasukela bangena inkomponi nathi sangena nabo inkomponi.
We then chased them and then nibaleqile ne? We gave chase to them and then they ran towards the hostels and so we followed them to the hostel.
Ya abanye xa sisuka apha kune gap xa ujonga apha ku road A kune building ezinkulu ezi4 that kune building yokuqala le esezantsi kune mbobo elapha ekungena kwayo.
Okay. As we see in the exhibit YY2, when we look at Street A, when you look to the north direction, you see there that there are four buildings. But when you look at your right, hand side. Surrounding that building is a fence, and in that fence,
No, on this way, along the road.
Okay.
That is a stop nonsense.
Okay, I'm sorry to that, for that. Says on this, on the right side, there is a brick fence along the road.
Street B.
Yes, in Street B.
Along the street B, kunembobo ekhona apha, abanye bangena apha, abanye beza ku main gate, benyuka
Okay,
besiya phezulu.
there on the fence,
You called it a brick fence. I think it's, I don't speak Xhosa, but I suspect it's a concrete fence. Am I right?
yes, it's concrete. Yes. In that concrete fence, there is an opening on the right-hand side in Street B. An open space, and then some others went inside, but through that opening, whereas the others came inside the hostel, but through the main gate.
Mna ke ndiye ndangena apha kule gate encane kunye nabanye, ndaphuma phambi kule building yokuqala, ndazojoyina street A. Le ndawo kunendawo evulekileyo apha.
Okay, are you gate?
Ayo gate.
Okay. This open space, in fact, in this concrete fence, he says it is not a gate. But when the others ran and went inside through that open space in that concrete fence, I also went inside through it. And then after having gone inside, I walked down until I was at Street A.
Broken space, this open space that you refer to, was it a broken portion of the fence?
Le ndawo ke ngoku divulekile kulapho uthango laliqhekeke khona.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
And is it called a stop nonsense?
Le nibiza stop nonsense.
Sibiza kanjalo thina mine.
The mine, we refer to it as a stop nonsense.
Perhaps you could mark on the plan in front of you where the stop nonsense was, and then if someone can please bring it, show it to us here, and then show it to the party's representatives, so we'll understand your evidence more easily.
Ukuba ke ngoku apha ke ngoku kulo mfanekiso ungasibonisa ke ngoku esisihobo kanye le ndawo ivulekileyo apho kuqhekeke khona apha kwi stop nonsense ukwenzela into yobana i-commission sokwazi uyibonisa uba kulo mfanekiso indawo le ndawo uthetha ngayo nabameli i-council bazova into yoba le ndawo uthetha ngayo indawo nabo ungayimaka nje uyikrwele.
Xa ujonga apha kunemithi khona, phantsi kwale mithi ilapha, phantsi kwale mithi phambi kwale building yokuqala, kwilapha lena ntsika eso sikoba asi. Phantsi kwale mithi, phambi kwale mithi, le mithi ngaphakathi kwale thango.
As we look at this concrete fence, which he refers to as a stop nonsense, we see that in front of the first building, which is on the right, there are trees. And then next to the other tree, there's also another tree. And between those trees, he says the opening could be in that space.
Easy if he just marked it for us. We can have a look at it.
Yes.
And then we give you the plan back, and then you can carry on with the story.
It has been marked already in this
Could we
exhibit.
then see it, please? everybody now seen where the broken portion in the stop nonsense was?
Njengoba nibona nje itoliki babonisa apho kuphuke khona stop nonsense esi.
Well, Mr. Chair, may I at this stage adopt the classic statement of council to say that that pointing out accords with my instructions. So that is the.
Stop your nonsense, Mr. Tip, just carry on.
Not to say I was taking a gap, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gegeleza, thank you. You pointed out the gap. That is where some of the strikers went through, and you say that you followed them after. Well, you went through the same gap.
Uthi mosabanye abaqhankqalazi baye bangena kuso esi sikrobo esi andithi ne, and then nawe wabalandela wangena apha kunye nawe.
Kunzalo?
Correct?
Could you just explain to the Commission before you go further with the narrative, telling us what took place, what was the reason in your mind for following these strikers after they had turned and started to run away?
Ufuna ukwazi ke ngoku umhlekazi uthi senior council into bana emveni ntoba bajikile ke ngoku abantu babaleka isizathu sokuba nibaleqe nibasukele yaba yintoni?
Sasifuna bangacebi olunye uhlaselo lwesibili.
We never wanted them to plan a second attack.
Yes. Now, you went through the gap in the stop nonsense. At that stage, were there still any of the strikers or the marchers in Street B, or had they already all gone through that gap? Those that went through the gap, had they all gone?
Ngelo xesha ke ufuna ukwazi into bana abantu aba bebeqhankqalazi nandibaleqa bebese ngene bonke kwisikrobo aba babelapho okanye kwakho abantu babekhona kwizistrato se-Street B xa sithetha ke ngabaqhankqalazi.
Babekhona abaqhankqalazi apha estrithini.
There were other strikers along Street B.
Yes.
Were they also running away?
Babebaleka nabo babebaleka.
Bazongena egeyithini enkulu.
They came down and entered through the main gate running.
Now, at the stage that the strikers had turned away, started running away, and you and I think your colleagues were chasing them, did you at that stage hear any further gunshots?
Ngel xesha ke abaqhankqalazi babaleka ukholwa into yoba nabanye ke ngogxa bakho sebenza nabo bayebaleqa nabo uke wava ezinye izithonga zompu?
Hayi.
No.
Once you had gone through the gap in the stop nonsense, can you just indicate to us, please, describe to us what your movements were?
Emvani ba ke ngoku sewungenile kwesi sikroba apha ke ngoku ne usuka ku-Street B uye wahamba ndawoni kanye phina uye wenza ntoni ngamanye amazwi?
Ndihambe ngo-Street A ndajoyina icomrade ebezihambisa zileqa ezi comrade zizongena ku-main gate. Ndajoyina zona ndaza ku-Street A.
Uthi ngene apha?
Yes.
Waza ku-Street A ezantsiswe? Wazojoyina ezinye comrades azileqa abanye babe ku-Street A?
Yes.
Okay. After entering through that opening or that space, I ran down to Street A and joined other comrades who were chasing people who were running along Street A.
Yes. Now, as you were proceeding along the road up Street A, did you at any time see an injured person?
Ngeli xesha ke ngoku benibaleka apha ku Street A ukhe wabona umuntu owenzakeleyo okanye ongxelekileyo?
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
Can you describe that to the Commission? What did you see and where?
Ucela ukuba uzochaza kwi-commission uba ubone ntoni, uyibone phi le nto uyibonileyo?
Ndibona umuntu oleleyo ofuna ukungena ngaphakathi ngaphansi kocingo lejali leyadi kaSkarhen. uSkarhen xa unokujonga uhamba ngo-Street A unyuka ngo-Street A uSkarhen apho kubhalwe Skarhen Vondelkop le building le inophahla olumhlophe yiyo le ebizwa ngokuthi ngeSkarhen.
I saw a person, in fact, who was lying down, who also was trying to crawl or creep underneath the fence of the building that we refer to. It's also mentioned in that photograph as Kachen Workshop. There is a fence, so this person was trying to creep or to crawl underneath the fence.
And did you notice anything about the clothing of this person?
Ikhona into waye wayiqwalasela ke ngempahla ezazinxitywe ngulo mntu lowo.
Ndambona ukuthi wayenxibe i-PPE esetyenziswa kakhulu kwema-lump room.
Lump room.
Yes.
I realized that he was wearing what we refer to as PPE, and that is usually worn in lump rooms, what he calls lump room.
Yeah, lump room. Lapho kuhlala i-lamp
Oh, lamp rooms. Lamp room.
And just to clarify that acronym, would it be correct that that stands for personal protection equipment?
Kuthethwa ke ngoku kulapho kugcinwa izixhobo zokuzikhusela, into zokuzikhusela khona, le ndawo uthetha ngayo.
hayi kulapho kugcinwa khona i-lamps esizisebenzisayo emgodini ukulayita emgodini.
It's where the lamps are kept, the lamps that we used to light at the mine.
There's a interpretation matter here of a minor sort. I'm sure the interpreter can just correct it. Let me just put the question again.
Please, my man.
Thank you.
Can you repeat again?
Let me just repeat it. PPE, is it correct that that stands for personal protection equipment?
Or low PPE? Thank you very much for that, Senior Counsel. Low PPE, low when as wempahla kuzikhusela your protective gear, ne? Yes.
Yes, xa kusemsebenzini sithi khuselekile kodwa siyakwazi ukusebenzisa noba singaphandle sisebenzise njengempahla esiyinxibayo.
Yes, at work we usually say that for our work it's protective, but even when we are out, we are not in the shaft, we are able to wear that as ordinary clothing.
All right. That's fine. Thank you. Now, perhaps you should just describe what you can about this person. Could you see that he was injured?
Mhlawumbe ungasichazela kwakhona ngalo mntu uye wabona ke umonzakalo kuye?
Ange ndiye kuye mna.
I never approached him.
Yes. All right. Can I ask you to have a look at, again, at YY 2.1, the larger depiction of the scene, the area? You've told the Commission that you and other NUM members went up Street A chasing the marchers who had been dispersed at the NUM workshop. How far up Street A did you follow them?
Njengoba utsho wena kunye namanye amalungu enum naye naleqa ke ngoku abantu babehlakazekile apha ku Street A, nibaleqe naphilela phi ke ngoku aba bantu apha Street A?
Ona ujonga aku Street A kune building ebizwa ngoba ngumakhulu line enophahla elimhlophe.
Okay.
Siya kune gate ke main gate esiphuma kuyo hostel. Siye seza ke apha ngasestadium kule ndawo abashino-operator bebedibanela kuyo. Xa unokuqhubeleka phambili kunendlela esuka eRoland Shafts sibone ama-security.
Okay, Ima. If you see at this street A in the picture, there is a building on the buildings that on your right-hand side. It's a long, lengthy building that he refers to as Makulu Line building. So I don't know whether I should show the commission the building he's referring to.
Well, yes. Yes. All right.
So we went past the Makulu Line building and to the place where all the RTOs used to meet. Yes, where the RTO used to meet. Buthini kanti nge-Roland Shaft?
Lesithi xa unokuqhubeleka phambili
Yeah.
ngo-street A usaqhubeleka phambili ufike kube ne-T-junction eya ngase-Roland Shaft uphinde kube ne-T-junction eya emkhukhwini.
So if you proceed further in Street A, ahead you will see a T-junction, and there's also there a road that leads to Roland Shaft, and the other road leads to the informal settlement.
Yes, we don't need to trouble about those further roads. I'm just with you at the point where you were at that long white building, which you call the Makulu Line. When you were in that vicinity, did you notice any Lonman security vehicles anywhere around there?
Apa ke ungwa ku Makulu Line, nike nabona ke ungi moto zona gada baselonmin.
Xa sele sibuya ukusukela abasebenzi sibuye kukho imoto eyi-1 ngasegeyithini xa siphinde ofisini.
After, when we were going back, after we had chased the people, and on our way back, at the main entrance there, we saw only one vehicle, which means it's referring to Makulu Line.
And was there anything, what was that vehicle doing, if anything?
Yayisenza ntoni lo moto, ukuba yayikho nto yayenza apho.
Yayimile kodwa yaye wathi udala uvele xa edlula kuyo yambiza yathetha naye.
That car was just, it had just stopped there, and this person called Daluvuyo and then spoke to him.
Right. Did you hear the conversation, or were you not near enough? What was the position?
Wayava into bana bathetha ngantoni okanye wawungasondelanga kakhulu kubo?
No. Hayi.
No.
Now, once you and your fellow shop stewards had reached the Makulu Line, did you then turn back from there and return to the NIM office?
Xa nidlula ke ngokwanye nigqitha apha kwi-Makulu Line, naye nadlulela nabuyela ke ngoku kwi-office senum?
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And did you go, well, I'm going to, if I may, Mr. Chair, show you a brief video. We have seen it before, but it...
The video clip referred to in paragraph 28, I take it?
Yes, and it's necessary to do that because when it was first shown, there was a debate about whether those were the strikers or the NUM persons, and we need to...
You'll indicate what the exhibit is, will you?
Yes.
For the purpose of the record.
X1, and it's been set up for display.
this is the NUM members returning to their offices.
Uthiwa ngamalungu enum ngelo xesha ebuyela eofisini ngoko.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Are they in Street B or in Street A?
Babe ku street istrato esiku B okanye siku ku A na.
Siku street B, siya ku street D, siya ku street C.
We were along Street B, and then there, as we were turning towards Street C.
We're going down Street B, were they, when they're approaching Street C? Is that correct?
Ngoko babengena ku strato uC besuka ku B injalo lonto.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
And who's the gentleman in the front who was dancing?
Ke ngoku lo ujuxuzayo yena uphanga phambili ngubani lo mfollower?
Komnye wama-RDOs owasijoyina ecinga uba nathi singama-RDOs.
It's one of the RTOs who joined us, thinking that we are also RTOs.
And Mr. Gegeleza, that RDO, did he continue to dance in front of you all the way to the NUM office, or did he dance away to the side of the street somewhere?
Waye ke mane juxuze danisa njalo nade nafika ku office yenum kanye kukho apho waye waphumela ecaleni endleleni.
Wangena ezalidini le office ye-NUM kodwa zange angene ngaphakathi office.
He went inside the premises, which is the yard of the NUM, but he never went inside the building, the office. In fact.
Now, I just want to ask you about the, we've seen the number of persons who were moving back towards the NUM office. Were those the people, or let me just ask you this, were these, was that group only the persons who had been at the NUM office earlier?
Uyababona ke ngoku usenior council umhlekazi uThipho noba abantu bayaqhankqalaza babambe I mean okanye bayahamba babuyela ku office yenum. Aba bantu ke ngibabuyela apho ngaye bantu babekla office ngaphambili.
Sekukhona abanye abasijoyine epha endleleni xa sibuya.
There were others who joined us on our way back.
Others who were in the area of the hostel generally, that sort of person?
Can you repeat, Senior Council?
Yes. Those who joined you, were those persons who had been around in the area of the hostel?
Or abo ke ngoku baye bani join ngabo babekla ngingqi le ye hostel.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
Now perhaps we're after the event, Mr. Chair, perhaps I can just...
I was going to say, I would assume, but I'm looking in Ms. Barnes' direction, because if I'm wrong, I hope will correct me. I would assume that paragraphs 29 to 32 are probably deal with matters that you could lead on, but if I'm wrong, I hope I'll be told.
Yes, that would be correct, Chair.
Yes. We're indebted for that indication. It will enable me just to put those on record. Mr. Gegeleza, again, I'm just going to read the next few paragraphs onto the record, and as I said earlier, you'll just follow, please.
Uzawufunda ezinye iparagraph ke ucela ukuthi umamele kakuhle ne?
Zakwenza kanjalo.
I will do so.
Paragraph 29 then. On arrival at the NUM office, we held a meeting chaired by the branch chairperson to discuss the incident and to decide the proper course of action to be taken.
Ekungeneni kwenu ku office nom naye nabamba inhlanganiso yayichotshelwe ke ngoku ngusihlalo wesebe na xoxa ke ngesihlakalo na thatha isigqibo sokubana ke ngoku ngeyiphi eyona nto ifanelekileyo kufuneke yenziwe kanye ilandelwe kunjalo.
We decided that the NUM office would remain open and all the shop stewards would remain in attendance in the office to deal with any emergencies that may arise and to assist members and any other workers who reported at the office and needed assistance which we could provide.
uthi nathatha isigqubo into yokubana izawuhlala ivuliwe ke ngoku le ofisi yenum nokuba zonke izishop steward zizawuhlala zilapho eofisini ukuba bazokwazi ukusombuluza zonke izinto ezikhawulezileyo ezingathi zenzeke ukunceda amalungu nabanye abasebenzi ababephangele nabo bebefuna uncedo esingakwazi ukuthi sinikezele ngalo.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
The branch chairperson also informed us that he was going to see Lonman management to arrange a mass meeting for later that day.
Uthi ke ngoku sihlalo ke ngoku wesebe wasixelela into yoba uzawukwenza amalungiselelo into yobana abone adibana abaphathi be-Lonmin ukuthi kwenzela amalungiselelo wentlanganiso enkulu kwangayo loo mini leyo.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
Paragraph 30, at around 1 p.m., a group of approximately 15 NUM shop stewards, including me, marched from the NUM office towards the Vonderkorp Stadium to see what the striking RDOs were doing and to assess the situation as best as we could.
Uthi ke ukupha ngentsimbi yokuqala iqela labantu lingathi benum esingathi ba 15 ishop steward kwakunye nawe nayinto abambumncelele ke ngoku nisuka ku-office zenum nihambela nisiya ngakwi-Vonderkorp Stadium ukubona into yokubana babesenza ntoni ke ngoku abantu be-RDO babeqhankqalaza nokuba niyokuhlola imeko kakuhle ngendlela engamandla beninakwazi ukuthi nenze ngayo.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
We did this because there remained a real fear among us that the RDOs could be planning another attack which we might not be able to resist.
Uthi ke ngoku nenze njalo ngokuba benisele ninoloyiko olungamandla ukuba i-RDO bezingaba ziceba ukwenza olunye uhlaselo ebeningakwazi ukuthi ngamanye amazwi nizokwazi ukuthi nilukhusele. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
We did not see anything of note and returned to the office without any incident. I later heard that the RDOs had taken occupation of the kopi near the Inkaneng informal settlement.
Uthi akhonto ithile naye qaphelisisa kanye apho kodwa nabuyela kwi-office kungekho sehlakalo senzekileyo emva koko nivile okanye uvile into yokubana i-RDO zaye zahlala kwikopi ngasebobosini okanye indawo yabantu yohlala ebizwa eNkanenge.
Njalo?
That's correct.
Mr. Chair, at this point it may be useful to play another short video. It's a minute and a bit. It will add to the sense of the picture as a whole. We have seen it before. It is Exhibit X3, and it depicts this group of persons marching.
Ikhona ke ivideo ezawuvezwa apha ke ngokuthiwa i-X3 kodwa babhekisa kwinqwelo bayibiza ngoba ibubungqina buze bebizwa u-X3.
These ops. Yep. Ja, hierdie is nou manne. Check die panga so goed wat hulle by hulle het. Yes. Ja, ek dink dit is wat gaan gebeur. Ja, ek het gesien die monster is hier so. Dis reg. Alright, bye.
Bona ke nalo umane ethetha naye ukwinqwelo lapha ngasemva ilandelayo apho lo uthatha le video ekhoyo.
Mr. Gegeleza, is that the group that you were describing and the one that you were part of?
And the one eliqela ke ngeli buthetha ngalo ngabantu bunabo ngelo xesha.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
Then paragraph 31, at around 4 p.m. I attended a NUM meeting near the Vonderkorp Stadium. The meeting was short. It was addressed by the branch chairperson who restated NUM's opposition to the unprotected strike and advised those present to report for duty. He also said that workers who did not report could be dismissed.
Uthi ke ngentsimbi yesine naye na wangenela ke ulonhlanganiso leyo yenum ngase Stadium SF Vanderkop yaba mfutshane lonhlanganiso leyo yayichotshelwe ke ngoku ngosihlalo wesebe owathetha igxininisa kuba inum yona imenjani kulomba kwayichasa uqhankqalazo ngokho semthethweni yacebisa ke ngokuba abo babekhona babuyele emsebenzini waye wathi kakhona aba bangabuyelanga empangolweni kanye enkomeni bangagxothwa emsebenzini.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
After that, you went back to the NUM office. You stayed until about 5:30, then you went home.
Uthi ngexala emva kwentsimbi yesihlanu nabuyela ke ngoku office yenu emva koko wagoduka.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
Then paragraph 33, 34, the next day, 12 August 2012, did you go back to the NUM office in the morning at about 9 o'clock?
Ngo 12 ke ngoku Agasti ngentsimbi yethoba wabuyela kwi-office yenum.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
Bonds, I take it 34 is also non-contentious, or in the sense that he can lead a witness on that.
That's correct, Chair.
That is likewise appreciated, but I'll put it in an open way. Shortly after you got there, did you receive a telephone call from a friend?
Emva kuba ufiki lapho ke ngoku ku ngexesha lide uye wafumana umnxeba uvela ke ngoku kumhlobo wakho.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
And what did he convey to you?
Waye wathini kuwe?
Wanixelela ukuba kune group yabantu edibeneyo ekopini and iceba ukuzomatshela kwi-office zombutho futhi.
He told me that there is this group of people who had gathered at Kopi and that they were planning to march towards the offices again.
Yes. Now, once you got that information, paragraph 35, and having regard to the events of the previous day, 11 August, did those of you in the office discuss again what should be done about whether the NUM office should remain open or should be closed?
Mfana ba ke ukunaye nafumana lonxela zange ke ndibambe enye ingxoxo kakhona negqiba into okubana le office yenu mfuneke kuhlala ivuliwe okanye funeke kwenzeke ntoni ngayo.
Sazivala e-office ngokukhawuleza kunangxoxo sakexoxa ngayo ngoba sasebambalwa.
Because there were a few of us, we decided to immediately close the office without any discussion.
And later in the day, was there a decision that NUM shop stewards should leave the mine premises for their own safety and that other accommodation would be arranged for them off the mine?
Emva kwalo mini ke kwathiwa ke ngoku kufuneke ziphume kuyo lo ngingqi okanye kuloo ndawo leyo i-shop stewards zenum nokuthi nokuba ikhona indawo ekhuselekileyo ezawufunela zonto ba zikhabe zihlala kuyo.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
Was that done in your case also, and is it so that you have not stayed at your own home since 12 August 2012?
Nawe ke bakwenzela amalungiselelo njalo yinyani nokuba na ususela nge-12 zaka-Agasti wena awusahlali kwindawo ubuhlala kuyo.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
Ms. Bonds, I take it he can lead on 37 because that simply states what's in the transcript and it wasn't the video of the inspection, but he'll have to allow the witness to give his evidence unassisted in para 38. Would you agree?
Yes, that would be correct, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 37, I'm going to read it and you'll follow it. I have been advised that it was alleged during the Commission's inspection in Loco at the NUM office on 2 October 2012 that 2 strikers had been killed during the incident on 11 August 2012.
Uthi waye waxelelwa ke ngeli xesha ke ngoku i-commission yayihambe kuyokolathwa okanye kuyoboniswa into bazi into zenzeke phi nandawuni na uthi uxelelwe into okubana kuyinomzi office nge-2 ka-October kuthiwa ke ngoku abaqhankqalazi ababini babebulewe ngesehlakalo esenzeka nge-11 ka-Agasti 2012.
Yeah, ndaxelela ukuba loo nto iphuma kubaqhankqalazi.
I heard that that information was obtained from the strikers.
Yes, and were you further advised that, and I'm dealing also now with the consultations that you've had, were you further advised that it had been alleged that there was one body near the gap in the stop nonsense, and that another striker had been stabbed to death near the bus stop at the hostels.
Waiva into yokuba kwakukho ke ngoku apha ngakwesi sikroba ethangweni into yokuba kwakho umntu waye lapho eswelekile nomnye ke ngoku ngakwi-bus stop le kuthiwa wayeswelekile khona ehlatyiwe.
Hayi.
Waiva loo nto?
Azange ndive.
I never heard that.
Before we move on, to deal with your response to that, it was also suggested at the inspection in Loco that one of the persons who was shot ran towards a bin and managed to hide behind the bins. Did you see anybody running towards the bins and hiding behind them when you were there?
Kuthiwa kukhona umuntu othi wathi wabaleka ke ngoku wayozimela kwibin enkulu wayosifihla khona. Wake wabona umuntu ebaleka wena uyozimela emva okanye esifihla kwibin?
Hayi, zange ndimbone.
No, I never saw.
Then, Mr. Gegeleza, finally, just on the basis of your own observations that you made on 11 August 2012, what is your response to the allegations that there were two people who were killed at the places that I've indicated to you?
Ngenxa yezinto yena wena owathi ngokuno kwakho wazibona xa kuthiwa ke ngoku ngalomhla we-11 August kukho abantu ababini abathi basweleka, wena uthini xa uphendula kuloo nto leyo?
Andivumelani naloo nto uba kukho abantu abaswelekayo kuba elonimini ukuba kukhona umuntu oswelekileyo ngaphakathi elonimini esebenza elonimini kuya kube nereport ezenziwayo kukomiti ze-safety zikwazi ukusirepotela ukuthi kunomuntu oswelekileyo ngohlobo oluthile nohlobo oluthile.
I don't agree in that regard that two people died because this is what usually happens in Lonmin when somebody dies. The matter which is reported.
Yeah, management report kukomiti ze-safety.
The management first reports it to the safety committee, who in turn comes and reports to us.
Right. Aside from procedures of that kind, Mr. Gegeleza, I'm just really asking you about what you yourself saw in the vicinity after the incident at the NUM office on 11 August 2012. Did you see any bodies in that vicinity?
Ngoku ke ngaphandle kwenkqubo esetyenziswayo xa kukho umuntu oswelekileyo masithethe ngale nto ye-11 owayibonayo wena ngawakho amehlo wakho wabona izidumbu zidunduluzile ngalo mhla we-11 ngawakho amehlo?
Andizange ndizibone.
No, I never saw them.
And did you see anybody in the vicinity of the bus terminus?
Kukho izidumbu kanye umzimba wawubonayo phaa ngakulaa ngingqi ye-terminus yebhasi?
Andizange ndizibone.
I never saw such.
Mr. Chair, that completes the examination in chief.
Let's take the tea adjournment now, but I take it you'll be ready to cross-examine after tea, Ms. Barnes.
Yes, I will be, Chair. Thank you.
We'll take the tea adjournment at this stage.
Isayosela iti ke sinxaniwe mawethu.
Draws your attention to
singameni ngenyawo uyaqala commission.
The commission resumed. Ms. Barnes, when I asked you if you were ready to cross-examine, I forgot that Mr. Midlanga is going to cross-examine first, but that's if he wants to. Mr. Midlanga?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I assure Ms. Barnes that I will be very brief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gegelez, I'll start by asking you to confirm something which I believe is quite obvious. Would you agree that the adversaries on the day, that is on the 11th, whether one of the groups was defending itself or whatever the situation was, but the adversaries were the strikers on the one hand and the NUM members on the other hand?
Nokuba ke ngola suku yayingubani senza ntoni na kodwa uvumelana nami into kubana abantu babengaboni ngasonye okanye masithi imbambano yayiphakathi kwabaqhankqalazi kunye namalungu enum. Yes.
And you would agree, therefore, that the Lonmin security personnel who came to warn Mr. Brown or Mr. Stilili about the approach of the protesters were not really part of the fray, or they were, not part of the fight or the defense on the day?
Uvumelana nami into kubana ke ukunalo nogada okanye ababaza bazolumkisa umnumzana uStelele bonogada ngenxa yabantu abazayo apho lonto leyo yenzekayo zange ibe inxalenye yalomlo wayesenzeka wayeqhubekeka.
Ndivumelani ngoba ndibabonanga babe bethetha noStelele onogada.
I do not agree because I did not see the security personnel which were talking to Mr. Stelele.
I'm not asking you whether or not you saw them. Accepting that they did indeed warn Mr. Stilili about the approach of the protesters, would you accept that they were not part of what was happening, in the sense that they were neither on the part of NUM nor on the side of NUM nor on the side of the protesters?
Masamkele ke kuba lonto yenzeka ngolo hlobo into ba bamlumkisa nyani umnumzana uStelele. Uvumelana nami into kuba abanogada ngamanye amazwi babengakho kucala leNUM, babengakho kucala labaqhankqalazi kwangaxeshanye.
Andikubuzi ngokuba wawubabonile na okanye ungababonanga.
I didn't ask if you saw or you didn't see them.
Andivumelani naloo nto.
I don't agree with you in that.
If you don't agree with that suggestion, are you suggesting that they were supporting the cause of NUM, or are you suggesting the opposite, which is that they were supporting the cause of the protesters?
Xa usithi ke ngoku awuvumelani kunye naye ufuna ukuthi ngamanye amazwi babexhasa iNUM okanye bexhasa abaqhankqalazi onogada?
Andina impendulo kuloo ndawo. Andabazi baba ngayikho eliphi icala.
I don't have a reply or an answer in that regard because I don't know whom they were supporting.
Please explain to me then, because I'm lost. Can you please explain your earlier answer, which was that you did not agree with the proposition I put to you?
Awukuchaze ke kuvakale xa usithi awuvumelani noSenior Council Mhlekazi uMadlang into ba ubuthetha ntoni awuvumelani naye phezu kwesiphi isizathu.
Akukho apha ndandeva i-NOM kusithiwa ivana nama-security okanye kunento obuhlobo obukhona phakathi kwama-security.
I never heard it said that the security personnel are friends or they have a certain relationship with NUM. I never heard of that.
And lanto yama-strikers yinto eyayiqukile nakuthi ngokho umuntu wayicingelekile ukuthi kuzoba nabaqhankqala abazohlasela e-ofisini. Andinganazi ukwazi ukuthi basapota eliphi icala kakuhle.
I could not know in which side they were because this issue of the strike also included us.
Nor have you ever heard that they are friends with or have a relationship with AMCU, have you?
Zanguve kuthiwa unogada mos ba zizihlobo okanye banobudlelane kunye ne-AMCU, zanguve into enjalo.
Kunjalo zange ndiyive loo nto.
Correct, I never heard about such a thing.
Reference is made by Mr. Silo Elias Dibakwane to an MTN container in the vicinity of the NUM office. I will ask to hand up the relevant statement, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. It's a statement that has been lodged by Lonmin in the proceedings. May I also ask my colleagues to hand up the one by Mr. Mutluchelwa as well.
Kuthiwa ke isi statement yesi saka Silo Elias Dibakwane ebe senze kanye obe kuyi container ye MTN kuza ukhutshwa kone statement saka Akanyang Julius Mutluchelwa.
And the one by Mr. Akanyang Julius Mutluchelwa is a statement that we found in a docket. It's, is it case 119? Yes, CAS 119, Mr. Chairperson. And we are going to be talking to, if we have not already done so, with Lonmin to find out if they will be preparing their own statement of this witness, Mr. Chairperson. May I ask Ms. Pillay to assist me with the numbering of these?
The statement Lonmin provided, made by Mr. Debokwani, could be ZZ3,
That's correct, Chair.
and the statement from the docket by Mr. Motlogelwa can be ZZ4.
That's correct, Chair. It's SAP's external hard drive, /dockets, /CAS 119E, /A14.
Kuthiwa izi statement zimbini ziphuma ke kwa esinye siphuma kwabaka Lonmin kodwa ke kuba iLonmin kanye bafuna esab statement bazawusifunela ngoba esi saka Mutluchelwa sithathwe kwidocket yamatyala sona zibizwa ke uZZ3 noZZ4 esinye.
I refer to paragraph 2.26 or 2.26 at page 3 of the statement of Mr. Dibakwane. There, reference is made to an MTN container located on the corner of the crossroads in front of the NUM office.
Ndizawubhekisa apha ke ngoku ku paragraph lo kaMnumzana uDibakwana ku paragraph 2 verse 2.26 apho ke ngoku bathetha ke ngoku kulondlela enqumlayo apho kukho khona i-container le MTN.
The one crossroads that I see closest to the NUM office is where Street C joins Street B. Is there any other crossroads that you are aware of in that vicinity?
Indlela ke sibonayo ba ingathi indlela enqumlayo ngaphandle kwale xa sijonge uC usuka kusungena ku-B sibona ke indlela engena kwenye enqumlayo ikhona enye indlela engenye enqumlayo ngaphandle kwezi zikhankanywe ngu senior counsel phakathi ko C no ngaphandle ko C no B enqumlayo.
Akona ndlela azikho ezinqumlayo.
There are no other crossroads.
Now, can you indicate to the commission, or rather, let me ask this question first. Do you know this MTN container that Mr. Dibakwana is referring to and which he says is in the vicinity of that intersection?
Ke ngoku uyayazi le MTN le container MTN athethwa ngayo mnumzana uDibakwane atsho athi ilapho indlela inqumla okanye ijoina enye.
Ewe ndiyayazi.
Yes, I know it.
Can you please mark it on YY 2.2?
Apha kweli phepha ke libizwa YY 2.2 ucela ke ngokukrwele okanye umake kuloo ndawo ime kuyo le container.
Yole emveni kwe-satellite police station.
It's right behind the satellite, back opposite satellite police station.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, may I ask the exercise that was done earlier with regard to the location of some of the other points to be done, because I have no idea where this is.
I think that's a sensible suggestion.
In your evidence, did I understand you correctly that you said you and about 4 or so other people were in the, or at close to a corner of the fence in the open space close to the street B, that is? Did I understand you correctly? Especially with regard to the number of the people that you were with, 4 or 5 people.
Ndikuve kakuhle na emazwini akho wathethileyo into yokuba ngeli xesha benime apha ke ngoku nabantu bume nabo esingathi mhlawumbi ibingabantu abane inani labo ume ngeli xesha benime ngakwi-street B ndikuve kakuhle uba ubuthi mhlawumbi inani labantu ibingaba ngabantu abane.
Ewe kunjalo.
That's correct.
And you said that some of the protesters proceeded straight up Street B, whilst others turned into Street C. Are you able to give an estimation of how many those that proceeded up Street B were, who I assume were approaching you, that is the 5 or so of you? How many were those? Plus, minus.
Njengoba uchazile into yoba abanye abantu ke njengoba besiza ngesi strato uB abanye baye bajika bangena kwesi usine abanye baze baqhubekeka ngaso besiza kuni. Ungakwazi ukuqikelela kanye uthekelele into yokuba aba bantu ke babesiza kuni behamba pha ku Street B babe bangaphi inani labo? And those who had turned to Street C, but I'm in no position to estimate as to what number that was, because at the same time there were also other people who were still coming, walking or moving along Street B.
Because I happen to understand the language, you put a diminutive after many. So they were But it would be something like saying baya ki, elevas baya ki. You know, I'm just trying to convey the meaning to colleagues. I want to understand you. Do you mean there were many, or do you mean there were not many?
Ufuna uqonda ke xa uthi babe baninzinyana. Uthi babe bambalwa okanye babe baninzi abantu na?
babebaninzi.
They were many.
So those approaching you were many, those that went into Street C were many, and you say more were still coming up Street B.
Uthi abo babesiza kuni babe baninzi, nabo babengena kusi babe baninzi, nabo babesiza nabo babese baninzi.
Kunjalo?
That's correct.
Now and what were the other 4 or so people that you were armed with?
You mean
What were they armed with? The other 4 or so people that were with you, what were they armed with?
esisine ke wawunaso ababantu bane babexhobile babephethe ntoni?
Umuntu endisamkhumbula kakuhle wayephethe izagweba ezibini.
The person I remember very well was carrying 2 nopkiris, whereas the others, abanye,
Ephethe ama-stick.
were
holding just sticks.
And the many people that were approaching, the 4 or 5 or so of you, up Street B, those that you managed to see or notice, what were they armed with?
Aba bantu ke wawubona besiza kuni apha ku Street B njengoba benibani okanye nibahlanu inani, bona babephethe ntoni abantu babesiza kuni?
Babephethe induku, bephethe inobukeri, bebephethe nephangazi abanye, bephethe nemikhonto abanye.
The others were carrying sticks, whereas the others were carrying nopkiris. There were those who were carrying pangas as well as spears.
And the 4 or so of you, stood your ground in the face of that mob, armed with, amongst others, pangas.
Nangona ke nanibona abantu bexhobe njalo, niye naxhathisa nina nama kulo ndawo njengoba besiza ngolo hlobo.
And only armed with, as I understand it, just 1 spear, and the rest, nopkiris and or sticks.
Nangona ke benibona ke into kubana niphethe nje amagqudu kanye izagweba kunye nentonga nje nemikhonto, nabona bani zawuxhathisa kwimeko kunjalo nje.
Bengekho yi-1 umkhonto ngelaa xesha sisiya pha. Ndim umuntu bephethe umkhonto oyi-1. Bebekhona ezinye iicomrade beziphethe imikhonto eza ibifumaneke pha. Ezinye iicomrade ziphethe istik because ibinganokwazi ukusenela sonke.
I was not the only one who was in fact carrying a spear, and there were also the other comrades who were also carrying them, and as well as the sticks, because that was not going to be enough for us. As I said, that those weapons were confiscated or taken from the others.
I'm not asking you about your other comrades who had gone in a different direction. I'm only asking about you and the 4 or so that were with you close to Street B. You had only 1 spear, and then amongst the lot of you, nobkiris and sticks. That's all you were armed with, facing this mob of many people armed with, amongst others, pangas, spears.
Uthi ke umhlekazi senior council uMadlanga into yokuba akathethi ngamanye amaqabane amanye enu aye ahamba ke ngokupha kwelinye icala la ku Street B, kodwa uthetha ngani wena nesine okanye nabantu wawunabo into yokuba nangona aba bantu bebekade besiza kuni bephethe izagweba, bephethe iphanga nemikhono njemba ugqibokutsho, wena ke uthi naniphethe umkhonto wakho kunye nezinto busandozichaza izixhobo beniziphethe qha.
Mna ndiphethe yona qha kuphela.
Yes, I was only carrying a spear.
Now, please explain this or tell the commission this. It is so that your stance is that you were being attacked and that you were defending the NUM office on the day. But what I want to understand is, once the protesters were at the scene, who launched an attack first between NUM and the protesters?
Ngoku ke njengoba buchazile into kubana benifuna ukuzikhusela nikhusele kunye neofisi yenum ufuna uqonda ke ukumhlekazi usina councilor uMadlanga into kubana phakathi kwenu bantu benum nabaqhankqalazi ngobani phakathi kwenu abaqala uhlaselo.
Uqale abaqhankqalazi.
The strikers started.
What exactly did they do in launching that attack?
Kuhlaselo labo ke baqale ngantoni benze ntoni xa beqalayo?
Baphose amatye kuthi.
They threw stones at us.
Let me read to you what Mr. Dibakwane says in paragraph 2.26 of his statement. As the crowd approached, the crowd obviously being the protesters, as the crowd approached the MTN container located on the corner of the crossroads in front of the NUM office, approximately 30 NUM members started to run towards the crowd. Do you see that?
Sibona ke ngokapha ku 2.26 kwi statement saka mnumzana uDibakwane xa ichaza noyibeka ngolu hlobo uthi njengoba ke ngoku inginginya le yabantu yayisondela kwi container apho iMTN container ikhoyo ne ekoneni apho isitrato sinqumla okanye indlela zinqumla khona ngaphambi kwe office zenum abantu abangabalungu enum abangaba 30 inani baqala ukubaleka besiya kulonginginya ke yabantu.
And he says nothing about the protesters throwing stones at the NUM members. Do you see that?
Akathethi into ke akhonta ekhankanyayo apha apho athi khona abaqhankqalazi bagibisela abantu benum ngamatye.
Andinalwazi nangalomntu kuthethwa ngayo ukuthi ngubani kakuhle kakuhle.
In fact, I don't even know the person you are talking about. You are mentioning.
My apologies, Mr. Kegelez. Mr. Dibakwane is a security guard, or is part of the security personnel of Lonmin.
Ucela uxolo kulo ndawo ke usenior council uyaxelela ke umhlekazi uDibakwane lona ngomnye wabaqeshwa ke onogada bapha baseLonmin.
And so is Mr. Akanyang Julius Mutlugelwa.
Omnye wabo ke ngulo Akanyang Julius Mutlugelwa.
Let me also, before I ask you any question, read you paragraph 7 of Mr. Mutlugelwa's statement, or at least part of it. Mr. Brown and his team, and Mr. Brown is Mr. Stilili. Mr. Brown and his team stood outside their offices and said they are going nowhere. The RDOs came singing, marching to the direction of the hostel, and they were more or less 2,000 in total. They marched past the taxi rank and at a distance of 50 meters from the NUM office. A total of 30 NUM members started attacking the RDOs, in brackets, protesters, with stones to protect their offices. Do you see that?
Uyachaza ke apha yena kwi statement sakho ku paragraph 7 umnumzana Akanyang Julius Mutlugelwa uthi umnumzana uBrown kunye negqiza okanye iqela lakhe bamemeke ngaphandle kwi-offices zabo, bathi bona kho apho baya khona. Zaza ke i-RDO zicula zibambe umngcelele zisiya ngakwi-hostel, inani labo lalingaphezulu kanye lingaphansi ku 2000 amawaka baye babambe umngcelele ke badlula ke ngoku irenki yeteksi kwaye umgama babekuwo phakathi kwabo kunye ne-office enum yayizimitha ezi-50. Inani elinganga 30 lamalungu enum aqala ukuhlasela i-RDO abaqhankqalazi ngamatye bekhusela i-office zabo.
And you see that he too does not suggest that the protesters or RDOs, once the two adversaries were close enough to each other, started throwing stones at the NUM members. You observe that?
Uyamva nendlela ibeka ngayo yena akathi bathi ke abantu bajongene ngezikhondo ngamehlo kanye bangabona ngasonye bathi bobona ukuthi basondelene baze bathi ke ngoku aba be-RDO bagibisela amalungu enum ngamatye akayibeki ngolo hlobo yena. Uyayiva loo nto?
Ndiyayiva ngokayithetha yapha kwesini, but estatement salo mntu uthethwa ngaso apha singathi bhidisa okukwaso.
I can hear, but now talking about this statement of this person who is mentioned here, this statement is also confusing me.
Ingxoxo phakathi kwe-security no-Brown andinalazi kuba ngazo zinto bakwakukho babexoxe njani ndabuya kuphela ndazi ukuthi uBrown wasixelela ukuthi ama-security amxelela ukuthi ama-strikers abantu abastrikile baza kude andazi ukuthi kwakuthethwe njani.
I don't even know what happened during the dialogue or discussion between Mr. Brown and the security personnel. What I was told when I went there was that security
waxelela uBrown ukuthi ama-security amxelela into okokuba abantu abaqhankqalazi beza bazohlasela e-ofisini.
Okay. What he told us is that he was told by the security personnel that the marchers were on their way to the office and in order to attack them.
Let's forget about that dialogue, Mr. Kegeles. I read that for background and not just to pick up in the middle of the paragraph. Let's forget about that. My focus is on who it is that launched the attack once the two adversaries were close enough to each other. But at this point, all I'm drawing your attention to is, do you observe that both Mr. Dibakwane and Mr. Mutluchelwa do not say that the protesters or strikers were the first to launch an attack?
Mamela ke ndoda. Uthi umhlekazi usenior council khakulibale ngale yengxoxo yaka Brown kunye nonogata. Umba beza kuwo lokuba ngilobubekile wena into kubana iRDO andithuthi abaqhankqalazi ngaba baqala bagibisela amatye begibisela amalungu enum. Uthi ke ngoku aba babini xa sijonge istatement saka akanyanga Mutluchelwa size sijonge esikadi bakwane Mutluchelwa noDibakwane abathethi loo nto bona abayibeki ngaloo ndlela wena ibeka ngayo ngamanye amazwi.
Mna ndihlangabeza na abantu abaqala ukuhlasela yaba ngabaqhankqalazi. Mna ndandifeyisene nabo ndisiya kubo nabo besiza kum. Kwaqala bona abaqhankqalazi ngamatye uza kuthi saphephana naloo matye ade ayaphela.
Then I was there, and as we were approaching them and they were approaching us, the people in fact who started throwing stones or threw stones were the strikers. What we did was to duck. They threw stones until there were no more stones left.
So Mr. Dibakwane is not telling the truth when he says that it was the new members who started running towards the protesters. And likewise, Mr. Mutluchelwa is not telling the truth when he says that it was the new members who attacked the protesters with stones. Of course, he adds that they did this protecting their offices, but it is not correct, according to you, that it was the new members who attacked the protesters by throwing stones at them. And also, Mr. Dibakwane is telling an untruth when he says that it was you, the new members, who ran towards the protesters.
Ufuna ukuthi ngamanye amazwi uDibakwane ke ngoku akathethi inyaniso inyani xa isithi nini amalungu naya nibaleka nisiya kubaqhankqalazi kwaye noDibakwane akanyanisanga xa esithi abantu abaqala ukugibisela amatye yabanini kwaye ngexesha benisenza njalo nanikhusela iofisi yenu yenum. Ngamanye amazwi uthi uyaphosisa xa etshoyo.
Ya ndingathi uyaphosisa
Yeah,
kuba abantu abaqala bakuphosa amatye kuthi ngabaqhankqalazi.
Yeah, I can say yes, he's lying because the first people who, in fact, started throwing stones were the strikers.
Mr. Stilili's statement refers to the weapons that the protesters were reported to him to be carrying as they were approaching the NUM office. And no mention of firearms was made in that report. Now I want to find out from you whether you yourself and possibly to your knowledge other NUM members were also aware of this. That is what the protesters were armed with.
I didn't get the first part of your question, Senior Counsel. If you can repeat it for me, especially the part of Mr. Stelele and the issue of regarding the firearms.
Mrs. Stilili had received a report that the protesters who would be going to wage an attack at the NUM office were carrying certain weapons. And in that report, no mention was made that those people were also carrying firearms. Now, what I'm saying is, were you also aware of this? And to your knowledge, were some of the other NUM members also aware of this?
Ingxelo ke ngoku ayifumeneyo yena uMnumzana uStele into ayithethileyo into yokubana uvile nje into yokuba abantu baphethe izixhobo kodwa khange kuye kuthiwe kanye kukhakanywe imipu kwabantu ababephethe izixhobo. Wena kunye nabanye abantu benum nani nolwazi na into yokuba abantu abaya abaphethanga mipu?
Mna ndandingenalwazi.
I did not have knowledge in that regard.
If one were to argue at the end of the evidence that you could only have been in a position to pluck up courage to stand your ground in the face of such a large crowd, and you, according to you, being less than 20, you could only have been able to pluck up such courage if you knew that amongst the lot of you, some of you had firearms, and you were of the belief that in the group of protesters, nobody was similarly armed, that is with firearms. What would your comment be to such an argument?
Ukuba ke kungabakho umuntu othi into enenze ukuba niqina isibindi nikwazi ukuthi nimelane nginginya yabantu enjalo yayixhobile kungenxa yokuba nanisazi into yokuba lo nginginya yabaqhankqalazi yayisiza kuni yayingaphethanga izixhobo kwaye nina nanisazi kakuhle into yoba babephethe izixhobo bengaphethanga mipu kwaye nina nanisazi into yoba abantu kanye iqela lakho kha abaninzi babephathe imipu kubo kwaye ngabanye amazwi ngeso sathu yiyo into yenza into yoba maniqine isibindi ungathini xa uphendula kuloo nto leyo wena?
Kungaba nzima kakhulu kuphendula lo mbuzo ngoba uwazi umpu osemntwini xa engakuvezelanga lo mpu.
It will be difficult to answer that question because you will not know if one or an individual is in possession of a firearm if he has not produced that firearm.
Do you know who fired the shots on the day?
Uyamazi ngubani lo wadubula izithonga ngalamini?
Animazi?
I don't know him.
May the commissioners please bear with me. Commissioners, an issue that my juniors are raising is something that I would prefer to first raise with my colleague, Mr. Tip, before putting to the witness. And if I will be pursuing it, I will only do so after I've had a discussion with my learned friend. But for that, those are the questions, Mr. Chairman.
Did you want me to adjourn at this point on the basis that you may continue cross-examining tomorrow, or you may not, depending on what you discuss with Mr. Tip?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I see, very well. So, Ms. Barnes, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait until tomorrow.
It's fine, Chair.
The commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Sesigqibile ke namhlanje siyawuqhubekeka ngomso ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba.